everybody get a good stretch in first?
See, now he's stalling.
No, I'm not stalling because last time on Dungeons and WheatTons, I just want everybody to be comfortable, fully stretched out. Get that.
Uncomfortable.
Last time
You think that
on
I'm stalling?
Dungeons
you
and WheatTons.
streaming?
Yeah.
I can't find you.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta refresh the page.
Yeah, I've done it 3 times. What is going on?
Also, if you just wait
you're
on
not
the page,
refreshing,
it'll
you're not.
it'll start whenever it starts, you know. But anyway, last time on Dungeons and WheatTons, you made your way across the rooftops, dodging knives. Well, not dodging knives, shooting them out of the air in order to
And I
make them
still
not hit
find
their
that's
target.
bullshit.
Submit!
Well, you also made it so we couldn't dodge those knives no matter what.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And thank you
Yeah,
for the subscription.
Need saves.
19 months.
No, you don't.
Because it deals more damage than casual attacks. And then also, well, here it's
No,
almost
it does. It does the same amount of damage as casual attacks. If he was to hit you with a melee attack, it would do the same amount of damage.
No one has a +7, and I mean casual attacks for the players.
Oh, well,
Not
then
casual attacks
why?
for
I don't
enemy.
know why you would judge an enemy based on player standards.
Because I'm hopeful.
Anyway, the kidnappers waded through the rats as they tried to stop you from getting to the Rat Man by cutting ropes and knocking shingles off of roofs to make you fall and slip. But throughout all of that adversity, you were able to make it over the rooftops to fight against the Rat Man, who was told to retreat once they got to the tower and made a bargain with you all to leave if you let him go and take all of the rats with him. Begrudgingly, you took that so that the people in the building that the rats were slowly bringing down wouldn't die. And he upheld his end of the bargain and left, taking all of the rats with him because, as he put it, job done.
That makes me angry. I didn't want him to escape. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him.
I mean, yeah, nobody asked you to or gave you an order, so.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody in the party would, sadly. We need an
Submit!
evil person in the party who would do that.
And thank you as well
We have
for submitting. Do what?
I said we had a partially evil person last time. We don't need another one.
No, you guys need evil people.
I don't think we need that.
I don't think.
Yeah, you'd probably lose some of your NPCs if you hung out with people who were just overtly evil.
Yeah, some people aren't cool with that shit.
What do you mean that
Well,
shit?
who's
That
out for
shit
rain?
is the stuff you spout regularly. Not in character, I mean.
But anyway,
I was about to say, my character's a thing.
as the rats and the rat man left, you climbed down from the rooftop and made your way into the tower where you found the masked man up on the rise waiting for you. He attempted to negotiate, be like, hey, just wait a little bit, we'll give you the princess. You guys weren't having that, so, and therefore charged him And after loosing a couple of knives, he retreated into the hallway, where he waited for you once again to try to talk things out. Natus and Dominicus charged into the hallway, and he threw an explosive knife which hit the ceiling and collapsed the hallway, leaving all of you on the opposite side. Now, you are exploring the first floor of this tower. Prisma found a hole in the ceiling right now. And
Got a bloody nose for it.
yeah, flew up to kind of check out the second floor a little bit, just in time for the masked man to run past her and kick her in the tiny face. Then she retreated down once again, met up with all of you, and you began making a ramp with this table and these bookcases in order to get up to that hole and get everyone in to the second floor.
Yep.
And that was where we ended. So, what would you like to do?
Oh, what we left off doing?
We
Oh, well,
left
I
off-
also said that you've done that.
Oh, we've done that.
we-
Okay.
Yeah. I can't
We're up
move
then.
these
We're out.
bookcases in this table, so you're just gonna have to know that it's moved.
I believe we left off right as you were about to describe to us what we saw as we went up the ramp.
We left off when Sieg walked into the room and saw that you guys created said ramp and we're about to go up. And, you know.
Well,
Was
now
I-
we're up.
keep-
What do we see?
Well, as you climb up, you actually can look back and you see the staircase that the masked man went into at the top of the map. I don't know where it put you.
This hole's all the way down here and he had to kick me?
Yeah, he went out of his way.
Asshole!
Okay, that one was clear. You already know that guy's mad.
Natus has a little bit of trouble getting in there, but with somebody pushing him from behind, you're able to kind of squeeze him through, especially as he's kind of chipping at the hole a little bit with his horn. But yeah,
like
at the moment,
on
this
my
is all
way
you see.
through, because it's like scratching my body. I like use it to scratch my back and everything as well. So like backwards and forwards.
Itchy scratchy.
Gotta make sure those itchy, what's the name, grub, were they?
Those rot grubs?
Yeah, rock grub holes could get a good scratching. Well, it's only been like a day. There's no way the wound sealed up.
Yeah, you still got holes, but it's fine. But yeah, you were able to get up there pretty fine. As I said last week, the hole is big enough for everyone. Just a little bit tighter on Natus.
Alright.
Like kind of out of character and metagamey. If you don't want me charging in this time, you're gonna have to try something because I'm thinking of going here with Dominicus on my back.
All right, well, of course he would have had to go through the hole on his own, but he could get back on you pretty easily. And as you walk over there, you see this. The area seems old. Probably a couple 100 years old, as you can tell by the cracks in the walls. It hasn't been maintained very well. But the torches on the walls seem to light up as people walk through, kind of automatically, as if there is a sensor of some sort.
Well, I would mention Dominicus, hey, let's go a little more cautiously. I don't know if he's got other things set up along the way.
Well, Tanner's here. He can voice himself.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Nadus doesn't see anything to charge thus far.
We can be passive.
But yes, how do you proceed?
With caution.
With beats.
Lots of it.
The only way you can, with caution.
Would it be like a perception to see if there are traps or some shit?
You can make a perception check if you wish.
So as I turn the corner, do I see anything just cause?
No, you do not.
Okay.
Oh, my picture's wrong. Damn.
Did you change yourself, your main picture, because this character sheet shouldn't exist here?
Apparently he did. You also don't see anything, though, Dominicus. It seems like this hallway is pretty clear.
I'm gonna run an Arcana to see if there are any magic booby traps, time-delayed fireballs, and all that.
I think perception encompasses both of them in Wheat's version.
Giant crocodile.
I mean, depending on what it is, like the glyph of warding actually says you have to make an investigation check against the spellcaster's DC in order to see it, because it's basically invisible if you don't. But, you know, I think that, yeah, Sieg would see something if there was anything there.
Yeah, I got a 20 passive perception. I walk around like a sentry.
That is true. I
Plus,
guess there's nothing to worry about.
plus your passive investigation is pretty high, too, because of that observant feat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just doesn't tend to say anything. The only thing he really does is just lock on to whatever he notices and just looks at it intently.
In that case, I think we're good to proceed. And Cornelius will pat Sig on the head.
Beep.
Well,
But yeah, doesn't seem like there's any traps of any kind down this hallway.
alright then, well then just before this way down here.
And are
Seems
you
like a
peeking
doorway.
around the corner?
Yeah, peeking.
And I'm on his shoulder so he can have my passive perception to help.
What was that passive perception again?
I believe it's 15.
Ah.
Mine is the same.
Alright, well, peeking around, a knife tinks against the wall right beside you,
Really?
and you
You
see
gotta move yourself.
down that hallway the masked man leaning up against the wall.
And Say kind of just looks
Yell
around.
out. What do you need the princess for?
As I said, just need her to work her magic. She said it takes about an hour. We're reviving somebody up here.
Reviving somebody.
Who are you reviving?
Could we at least be close to her?
Can I get like one question at a time?
Yeah, I was like, I
They
didn't
both
know.
ask the same question, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my brain, because I'm thinking about so many things, pretty much just overwrites to the last question asked.
We asked the same question.
Which
Reviving
was?
who?
Reviving who?
The owner of this tower, Doscal.
Is he evil? Because then
Yeah,
we'd like him to
make a-
join our party.
Okay.
I
Would you
mean,
stop that?
Make a history check to see if I know who that is, or
You can
would
make
I
a
know?
history check, but Vitari, for
What?
you can do religion if you wish.
Yeah. Dude, I don't have a minus on that one. Alright, well.
let me see if I also know, so that I can. Well, no one has asked me, but you know, if someone does ask me, I'll tell them something different.
Can I enforce a contest between me and Dominicus? Animal handling versus nature.
Oh wait, I'm also religious.
If
But I
you
chose
wish.
history.
What are you trying to
Oh,
wrangle
you
control?
can choose which one you want to do too.
Yeah,
Since you're
just
the clerics can choose which one they want to use.
and
All
just
right, let's go.
my history's actually higher, so
I
wow.
think you need to swim that.
No.
Mm.
Oh, the big ass rhino overpowered the little
You
lion
gotta-
boy? No way.
We noticed him about to go, right? I'd like to
That
try to
rhino
stop
kinda.
Yeah, you would have to
I got
do
the
an
highest
animal
history.
handling greater than that 19 nature.
You see him snorting and like grinding the ground with his foot.
Give it a shot. Nope. Should have guided myself.
So before the rhino starts a going, it the robot kind of just slaps it on the butt to give it a where is it? Spells. There. This.
I've been standing there for like 25 seconds, like scratching the ground, and then as soon as I feel a hand on my bum,
You're taking off.
Gave him a,
Oh,
gave him
wait,
some
wait.
some.
All right.
some-
Well, I'm gonna have to take you one square at a time.
There you go.
So you walk to this one, and as you step on it, a circle appears beneath you, and I'll need you to make a dexterity saving throw with advantage. All right.
With
You
the nat
take
20.
no damage.
We'll bank that as well.
Okay.
No, that doesn't work on saves, I don't think.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, just what's it called? Ability checks.
Attacks.
Ability checks.
What?
Well, you know, he has a D4 to use whenever he may need it.
He does, but a jet of fire spurts up behind you as you walk to the next one. And once you step on that one, let me roll real quick.
I'm not trying to sabotage us, guys. I'm just trying to play my character.
As you step on that one, your hooves turn into human hands.
That's innocent
What
talk.
the
hell?
That's innocent talk for I'm trying to sabotage.
You're a little bit more clumsy now, but you're able to go ahead.
I feel like
Charging.
that would
Hey,
stop-
is there no save for that? Is that just happened?
Yeah, that just
I feel
happened.
like that would stop him though.
Yeah, that would. I think that made me
I think
panic.
there needs to be a little
All right, well
freak
then I'll
out.
move you back there again.
I was like,
Also, your
That's-
back hooves are also hands, by the way. So
Are they
Kinda
hands or
really
feet?
no, they're
discombobulates the
hands.
On their hands is
That's gross.
yeah.
All of your feet turn to
Wait,
hands.
what?
Which, by the way, I've come around this corner. I should be able to see all these traps.
You should,
Should you?
Yeah.
if they're there.
Smart money's on the transmutation being mask guy.
Are these magical traps?
They do seem to be magical because they don't seem to appear at all until somebody steps on them.
All right, let's
Did
see.
you use Arcana, Cornelius?
On the other
Not down
hallway.
here.
Yeah.
But you can definitely tell that they're magical.
Can I try to use
However,
investigation or whatever?
Sigismund, one second. Sigismund, you don't know why you can't see these traps. It's like they don't have a visible presence at all until they are triggered. But you do see down the hallway a lever.
Oh. Is he
just
going
locks
to
onto it.
relay that information?
Does anyone want to ask?
Why would anyone ask if you see a lever?
Because he has one
Yeah,
tail.
that's really
He has a
dumb.
He has a very snapping head. That's a little uncharacteristic for his normal movements.
You know, I would say that if you actually had a little tell that, you know, gave us a hint that you would like to speak to us, perhaps that would give us incentive to be like, what is it, Sigismund? What do you see?
Yeah, that is his cell that I've been doing since the very beginning.
Have you actually let us know that that's your tell? Till now?
Not
I guess I
directly,
used
but I've
it
said it
before
every
when
single
he
time
saw
it's
the
happened.
guy on the building. Alright, hold on.
Oh.
Also,
You
he's
chimp,
still
do you
leaning
want me
his
to
back
give
up
you
against the wall.
bananas for even know? Huh?
He is still leaning his back up against the wall. It kind of seems to Sigismund, although you might not say it, that he is trying to kind of hide it behind him.
So yeah, it's kind of just looking at it, and as it does its normal little walk around, you see that the only thing that doesn't seem to change is the fact that his head snapped in a specific direction. So I can pull the exorcist thing if I walked around in a circle. There, how much more obvious do you want it?
Well,
Somebody asked the robot why he's clinking.
well, I was more gonna try to still negotiate. Just be like, alright, hold on.
Oh,
Hey,
fuck,
this,
that means I gotta type.
I wanted to ask before our friend here is charging. He's an animal. Forgive him.
Oh yeah, no
If we
problem.
could at least, yeah, if we could just be there to make sure she's safe. We'll hold back. You know, or at least maybe half of us can see if she's safe.
I hate to interrupt this, but did my history check give us anything about the guy who they're trying to resurrect?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because I didn't get it. My internet was crapping out.
Yeah, and I didn't say it in the first place because I was asking for one question at a time.
Oh, okay. Well, yes. Can
Uh,
we please find out if we know about that?
Your history and your religion, and your history. They all basically net you the same information about this man. Doscal was a priest that lived in this region and was said to have magical powers that weren't normal of a priest. Putting it in class.
Like not fully magic?
Oh no, putting it in class perspective. He would have been considered a life cleric, but for some reason it seemed like he would espouse life cleric traditions like protection and healing, but it seemed like he was a little bit more damaging whenever he would touch someone.
Ah,
Damaging?
he was the first Chernobog. Was it Chernobog?
Yes,
As in-
Chernobog, although I'm thinking he's more a servant of Chernobog.
The
So
thing's
he
from
had a touch
Fantasia?
like Ocris?
That's what the rumors say, and you don't actually know if they're true.
Okay.
I mean, you think
But
about
is that
candy, and
basically
that's
what they're
about
saying?
it.
Yeah, I think nothing but candy. Even now, I'm thinking about
So,
candy.
hearing stories about this, you may be fading in and out a little bit. You don't really know. But that's the general gist of what you remember.
Yay!
Okay.
I got the speech.
So I'm thinking as soon as Nadis's like hooves turn into hands, he's gonna fall over unless Dominicus can do something, and he's just gonna be licking them like confused.
I doubt I can.
I
help
hope they're
you.
strong hands.
They're as strong as a rhino's hands.
Because if they were like tiny little human hands, he'd be fucked.
I mean, they are human hands, but they're not tiny. They're scaled up to match his size and weight and everything.
That's still
He's a
gross.
rhino monkey.
You've got Andre the Giant hands.
Is
That'd
he
be
like
handy for
rolling over,
climbing.
like trying to?
Are you
Well,
making a
he's
pun?
trying to lick them, so you know, like I would think I'll just fall onto my side and then start licking them, like, but it might end up throwing you off.
Nadis! Oh, God!
What happened to your beautiful hooves?
It is creepy.
Bring them
To
down
imagine.
here.
Well,
It's comical to
while
imagine.
they're worrying about their hands, Prisma will ask, "So why you want to resurrect this guy anyway? What's he gonna do for you?
I'm having a mental breakdown because of my.
Is he gonna give you
rhino's
candy?
hooves.
No, he's not gonna give us candy. Is that... What?
Oh, darn it!
It's one of
That's
the
why I resurrect someone!
one of the things that's usually on her mind. But back to what I was asking.
Dominicus, whenever you land on that tile, it doesn't seem like anything happens.
Is it because I already have hands?
No. You... Doesn't seem like anything happens at all. Not because of any reason. But what was the last question?
No.
One of us or half of, if our group could, or at least part of our group could be there with the princess.
You know what? I'm a pretty nice guy. Once you get to know me, I'm sure your opinion of me isn't that great right now.
No, you broke my nose!
Maybe more.
You
important
shot at
about
me.
Fair enough, but still.
But I was actually gonna say, you, Miss Broken Nose, you can come by.
Okay.
Crap. He's bringing the dumbest one. This is a very good strategy.
Fine.
Okay.
Prisma will fly through.
And none of the traps seem to trigger because your feet don't touch the ground.
You're not gonna incite it or anything. You're just gonna trust him straight up. You know, like what?
Yeah, that's what I mean. The
Oh,
dumbest
he's
one.
got all the power right here. So.
Yeah,
Prisma's pretty dumb.
he's also
I mean, her
not...
intelligence is 11.
He's not making any moves to do anything.
Prisma will stop in front of him and be like, "You really mean it? I get to see the princess, and she'll be okay?"
He bows and places his hand to his left to say that you can head on up.
I turn to the others and go, "I'll make sure she's okay, guys."
Oh, she is.
And
terrified.
although
That's
I
right.
didn't... I accidentally left this. This is open. Just so you know.
It's open? Okay.
It's open.
Okay,
I made it fast, I'll say. And as you walk inside,
Right.
you see what looks like a training area
This is the left.
Oh, he said to the left?
to his left. He's leaning up
No.
against the the
Gonna have
wall,
stories.
so his left would just be
Be her right.
pointing this way. He is pointing this way.
Okay.
And it's just a training area? No one here?
No one's in there. Just a training area.
With stairs.
Oh! There are stairs.
All right. Now, at the moment, he's just here to hold you up for what he said was like an hour. But
No way.
Prisma, whenever you go up, I'd say about 10 minutes of that hour is done. Prisma, whenever you go up, you're at the bottom, and you see that masked woman with the twin tails, with the blonde twin tails, and the woman in the white dress standing beside a coffin.
Prisma will just be like, Princess, you're really okay.
Yeah.
And as you shout that suddenly, the masked woman turns around and a whip cracks in the air.
And Prisma will be like, wait, the masked man said I could come up.
She's a dominatrix.
Why on earth would he do that?
We just want to make sure she's safe. And that's
Is
all.
this her?
All right. We were planning on leaving her with you anyway once we were done here.
You need to put caramel syrup inside the incantation circle or something.
But yeah, that's basically all she's says, and she wraps that whip back around her hand and puts it at her side. And unless you have anything else to do, we'll go back here.
Now, I'm wondering if Cornelius here could take a shot at that switch.
He is
Now,
still
that's
leaning
question.
up against the wall, kind of blocking it. You can attempt to, but doesn't mean he's gonna let you. Also,
I
it
mean,
is
I have
a
a theory.
lever, so even if you were to shoot it, you would have to actually go over to it and like pull it down.
Well, if it's a ricochet shot that hits the ceiling, then goes downwards and it's ricochet.
As well, even though Sigismund is like clicking his head and focusing on it, I don't think anyone else has the passive to see it.
I mean,
That is true.
he'd also
Definitely.
be looking at the guy, so we wouldn't think anything too abnormal about that.
I had a clever plan, but I don't think I have the weight to make it work.
Well, you
Does
might as well
Natus?
reveal it. Someone else could help you perfect it, maybe.
Oh, my plan was I was going to attach a weight to the end of the crossbow bolt and then fire it so that it drapes the rope that the weight would be tied to over the lever, weighing it down.
Well, that's great and all, but again, same problem. Guy right there will stop.
I have a feeling that he'd get out of the way when a crossbow bolt's coming screaming at his face.
Or he'd shoot it down with his daggers of never missing.
Actually, that's a very good point. He could feasibly do that.
You know. You solve one problem while ignoring the other four.
Well, while everyone's pondering other stuff, just ask, could we know your name?
Ooh, but there is someone who could, in fact, do something about it.
You guys should throw stuff at the floor.
Well, actually, I was thinking all Natus needs to do is get something long to poke the floor with. Not Natus, sorry, Dominicus. Can poke the floor as he advances to set off the traps with, like, a pole arm, or if he has a long sword or something.
But to you asking his name, he says, I might not be the smartest, but I'm not that stupid.
Oh. Making conversation. I'm Vitari.
So you say 10 feet for the dog, right?
Dog?
Yeah, the familiar that follows me.
Oh, he's not a familiar, but yes.
Okay. So Sieg moves this way. And then comes over here because 10 feet.
Alright, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Will my short sword reach it?
Each tile.
It's
Okay.
a short sword, so maybe.
You do have your reach with melee weapons is increased by 5 feet.
Well, that was meant to be like a, like an air slash kind of thing.
Okay.
Alright, well, you are able to feel as a circle appears below you and a spear juts up. You're able to dodge it, taking no damage. What would you like to do?
I point over at the tile. This tile.
Are you going to move, though?
No.
Then I need
Wait,
you to
wait,
make
wait,
another
wait.
dexterity saving throw.
Hold on. I was about to ask. Why would I move? Is this because of the trap, or
Yes,
you
because of
mean
the
my
trap.
natural powers? Then, if it's still active, then yes, I would move. Actually, no. If it's still active, then that means. Then that means that the first one that Navis stepped on is probably also active. But that does ruin my idea. So I make the dog go over there. I point at it.
Yeah. Can you ping it
Beep.
for me?
Beep, beep.
That one right there?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem to activate.
Alright.
I'm weightless.
He can
I
impact the
hear.
physical realm as far as biting something goes, but he can't impact it by putting his paw on it.
I'm like a ghost, man.
Well, ghosts can't bite either.
I have a solution. Cornelius here is going to tie one of his whetstones to the rope he has, and then cast it into that square.
Into this square?
Yes.
Alright. Well. As you guys are testing this out, the masked man is just like...
My friend's testing these things.
Oh no, don't worry. This is hilarious. I don't even know how this works.
Yeah.
If only I had those spider-soaked shoes.
But whenever you throw the whetstone over there, it doesn't seem to activate.
We need snails.
No, you just need to all fly like me.
Yes.
Yeah, if only we
Maybe.
had pixie powder.
If I only.
Look,
yeah.
there are multiple times when that thing could have come in handy, and we wouldn't have had enough for everyone.
I
Good
know.
point,
Multiple
Lynette, yeah.
times, but you didn't have to pick the worst time.
So yeah,
I didn't know!
Cornelius, your whetstone does not activate anything.
Okay, well, I guess
Does anyone have
best
this
case scenario. I don't think anyone has Dispel Magic. At a stretch, maybe the priest. I'm going to reel it in and cast it on the adjacent square here.
The square doesn't activate the flame jet that you saw.
Huh. So it only responds to living things. Now, if only we had a chicken.
I'm not alive.
You are, for the
You're alive.
purposes
Well-
of D&D, alive.
Yes, I was going to say you are not an organic being, but you are, for all intents and purposes, alive in the ways that matter.
You're sentient.
What I mean to say is that plainly these traps only respond to a conscious individual stepping on them. Inanimate objects won't trigger them. So the question then becomes, there is a crack in the wall here. We can try and bludgeon our way past.
Does anyone know how to parkour? Run along the walls?
That would be
None of us
I mean,
are.
acrobatics.
theoretically Cornelius could do it, but I have a feeling Knife Guy would have something to say about that.
Can I start a short rest from the moment I started licking my hands?
Sure. I mean, it'll still be an hour, and if you do anything in between that hour,
Yeah.
then
I'm worried we're not going to do anything, so I'm starting.
Well, he's licking his hands. That's clearly not short rest material.
any more ideas?
Well, if somebody covers Cornelius, he can probably try and bound between the walls.
Misty Step won't do. Someone would have to really just take those on the.
It's a pretty long hallway. I don't think you'd be able to get all the way through running on the walls either, just because of basic gravity. So you'd have to kind of touch one every now and then.
Well, if his jumping power is good enough, he can actually bounce.
Misty
Yeah.
Step not go through walls? Or do you have to see the area?
Pretty sure you have to
You
see
have
the
to
area.
see where you're going.
Like
Yes, you do.
that.
Yeah, as long as someone can cover me from the knives, I could attempt it. I'd have to touch the ground at some point, but as long as whatever I touch doesn't incapacitate me immediately, I could theoretically make it over there.
Problem I'm having is that I think with the exception of a crossbow, no one really has enough
Those have something to cover you.
like half of that range is outside of range, I think.
Even for your wave?
My wave is 60. Which
Yeah, I was gonna say.
and I think you're also the only one with the crossbow.
Yes, somewhat ironic. I am the only one who is equipped with a crossbow and proficient with it.
Well, while we're waiting, I'll ask him, why do you want to bring this guy back? Just
Boss's orders.
boss?
I asked it. He didn't answer me.
Yeah. Boss,
Probably
I
because I
guess
threw him off with the candy cotton.
we don't really get to know who that is.
No.
Oh.
Is
Again,
there a means
I
of
might be pretty
disarming-
stupid, but I'm not that stupid.
Is there a means of disarming these traps? Wait.
Yeah, you've seen it.
triggering them.
Lever.
Or the lever, but the lever's way too far away.
Or he could also just flip it back. Be right next to it.
Yeah, he could flip it. But it doesn't seem like he's going
But
to.
he won't.
Really wish I had Spell Sniper right about now.
Spell Sniper would be handy. With double that range, you'd cover the entire hallway.
If I have it, someone just needs to hold me up closer to the ceiling. And a time wave does force, and that means that all I need is to angle it down, and I can actually, shoot the lever down. And they're not exactly projectiles to be deflected, and it's not like I have a limit to it either. But I don't have that.
You know,
No point in talking about things you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But I
there is
won't.
another thing you could try.
If you tied a rope around Sigismund and then tied the other end to a crossbow bolt from Cornelius, and he just shoots him across the room.
Wouldn't work. He's too heavy.
Damn.
And also, that's exactly what I expected from her.
Hey, it was an idea.
I imagined it working as a giant bunny.
I mean, yeah, you could always just throw me across the room, but then I'll
But-
probably end up having...
But your strength doesn't increase with your size, does it?
Alas, no. Although that's not the main problem. The main problem is that I don't think this hallway is tall enough to incorporate a giant bunny.
Yeah,
It's
it is still
possible.
10 feet tall.
Ooh.
Oh, that is just barely big enough to incorporate a giant bunny. As long as I don't, as long as it's just the basic level of giant strength, I could do it.
But the issue then becomes, okay, so you're almost 10 feet, right? Well, in a normal toss of something you're not trying to, kill, you'd probably arc it upwards.
Yes, that becomes the problem because you can't throw. I'd have to throw underhand. I couldn't throw overhand because otherwise my arm would be in the ceiling.
And then what you throw will go higher than you. Or at least it should if you intend to have it gain some distance.
Unless we go curling, that's an option. Skid you across the floor.
Yeah, because that's not the problem.
Well, I mean, at the velocity you'd be going, it shouldn't. Well, let's just say dodging traps shouldn't be a problem because it'll be passing them as fast as they're activating.
It does sound plausible.
I mean, Dominicus and
the
Nidus are in the
NPCs
way,
probably
but
have everything to help.
You also don't really know what all of the traps are, though. You've
yes,
only
if one of them
activated
spawns
3.
a wall or a minor bump in the road, then you'd be going into the ceiling.
Well, if it's an instant imprisonment, then... Oh, there went that adventure.
Yep. Well, I mean, imprisonment can be broken out of. Either way, I think our best option is probably to wait out the clock, because there's no way we're crossing this hallway with the traps and this guy guarding it.
So, what kind of roll do I need to sideways move on the wall?
Sideways
You know.
move on the wall? You mean just run
You
on the
know, like-
wall?
No, not run on, because these are old stones, clearly bricks. That means that these bricks probably have a little bit of an indentation that one could theoretically dig their fingers into and then crawl on the side of the wall.
So you're wanting to climb.
Technically, yes.
Well, that would be in athletics. To,
I will cover him with
hold
my
on.
crossbow if he does that.
Hmm. The issue is that the guy doesn't really care about AC. So really, as long as you miss the bolts, I'll still take the damage. I can probably only take about at the very least 5 of those before I'm down.
Also,
And
because
then
you'd be
I'll-
climbing, you would also your movement speed would be halved, as if difficult terrain.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. My expeditious retreat is not prepared.
Yeah, like I'm saying, there's really not a whole lot of good options there. I mean, best case scenario, I zigzag through the hall and hope for the best, but
Well, I hate these no save things. Like, okay, so the knives is one thing. Okay, fine. But now Navis's legs got turned into hands. What else could possibly happen for literally no save?
So I guess Mitar would just kind of sit
It's pretty much an
cross-legged
insurmountable problem.
and just ask, "Are you like a hired gun or an employee? Always been with this person?"
He just kind of.
Welcome back, Nova.
And that's all you get from him. It seems like he's having a pretty good time. Especially with how confounded you all are on this hallway.
Can the dog bite daggers out the air if it's coming after me?
I would say possibly. The same way that, you know, you have to make an attack roll. He would have to make an attack roll. He doesn't have any stats, technically. But what was it? Start of each of his turn. Attempts to bite one creature within 5 feet of it that's hostile. Hound's attack bonus is equal to your spellcasting ability modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
So that would be my spell attack bonus.
Yeah.
5.
So you would just make a spell attack roll to attempt to bite the knife.
You know what? I'm gonna start making a button for generic spell attack. Because for some reason, there isn't one. Ran into this problem last night.
I mean, it also doesn't really matter. If you have any cantrip that uses an attack roll, then you can use that.
And I don't always have it. This time I do, but not always.
Well, to be honest, I don't know if we'd have the energy to even stop you. It's quite a beating out there.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure even if you were at top, you probably wouldn't be able to beat us anyway.
Yeah,
Wheat.
daggers don't seem
Two
to miss.
things. I just remembered that I have a particular issue after last week's session, where I casted augury, and you didn't answer.
Well, you also didn't really ask a question, and you started making thieves'
No, I
tools
did
with
ask
your
a question.
tinkering stuff.
I did ask a question.
Okay,
because it was
maybe
asked out
somebody
loud.
else was talking over you then.
And the question was, are we safe from the kinds of issues and dangers that we have encountered up until that point after entering this town? But that's irrelevant now, because that point was that point, and we're at a new point now.
Also, I probably would have just assumed you were talking about the rats and gave you a wheel.
You know.
So there's your answer for that.
You know, like, what if he kept up, what if he was a evil person, no honor, and therefore kept a few rats back there, pick someone off? you know, stuff like that. But now
Job
I'm
done. Word is bond. I leave.
I, and exactly why do we have to trust him when he says something like that?
You don't have to trust him.
Yeah, you know,
Exactly.
we just
So casting the augury have its purpose.
Also,
Now
you
this
need
time-
10 minutes to do that, and everyone
Oh, yeah,
entered
you
the
didn't have
the tower,
the
so I
time.
kind of thought it was canceled.
I think
I
that's
left
what
myself
happened.
being carried.
Yes, I was currently carrying him at the time.
Which right now I'm also going to do it because we technically have 50 minutes, and I'd say like I use like 5, maybe 10 of the minutes trying to explore the situation as what that then happened to be the spikes from the ground and the rock with the rope. So I kind of just sit down and do another augury for another 10 minutes, and well, what else can I possibly do?
All right, what's your question?
Is there any
Also,
more
it's supposed to be about an action you will take.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah. A
uh,
specific course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes.
that's a fair thing. Well, crap. That depends on my rolls. This just became a lot more difficult. Will I be attacked if I crawl across the wall?
Wheel.
And wait, you are understanding this is good result, so
Yeah.
that doesn't exactly imply yes or no. Good results is basically a subjective matter. Do I like this? And it's a good result. So that means if I would like this, then that means I won't be attacked. Understanding wording. And then I'm the one with bad wording. Fuck, I hate people.
Wheel.
So how are we interpreting that?
How do you want to interpret it? I thought you interpreted it already.
Because... Also, side note, I didn't even know wheel was a word up until this spell. This is the first I've ever heard of this word.
It is a word. It is not in common parlance. In fact, it hasn't been in common usage since the Middle Ages, but it is a thing.
So what would you like to do? Oh, and what was your question, Vitari?
I forgot.
Employee or hired or something like that?
I asked that before. He chuckled at that.
No, I didn't get to answer that one.
Yeah, well, that's what I asked. Are you a hired gun or, I guess, a hired hand, or always works?
Maybe that wasn't the last question, because there was an
Oh,
answer
that's
I was
the
gonna
bad part.
I was gonna give you an answer for something.
I don't recall what I said. What I said.
All right, so what's up? You want to switch to Prisma for a minute?
Probably
Oh, yeah?
for the best.
We're just sitting here.
All right. Prisma, what are you doing? As you are watching the woman with white hair in the white dress casting a spell on the corpse inside of the coffin.
So Charisma.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Right. Can you hear me?
Funny, her internet started cutting out as soon as she started talking.
Yeah, I think she should type.
Might have to.
If she absolutely has to, then yeah, typing would help.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
At the moment.
Okay.
Oh,
At the
yes.
moment, hopefully it'll stay. My internet's being crappy. Anyway, Prisma will take out some candy, like really loud, crunchy candy, and she'll just be munching on it while she watches.
You get a couple of glances every now and then.
And it's cutting out again. Okay. What was that?
You get a couple of glances every now and then, but for the most part, nothing seems to be happening because of your crunchy candy.
But eventually she'll just ask with a mouthful of the crunchy candy. So, why are you guys reviving this guy?
None of your business.
I'll give you some candy if you tell me.
No, thank you.
Aw, come on, it's really good candy.
Then you wouldn't want to share it, would you?
Clearly, this
Buddy,
woman does not know what an artist does. The thing about art is that you must share it.
But I do want to share it. It's my job as a sugar pixie. I have to give candy to everybody to make them happy.
Well, I'm happy enough just watching you enjoy it.
So
Nah,
is
you
Prisma,
got it.
does Prisma have normal teeth?
Come on.
They're probably candy corns.
That's creepy as fuck.
I was actually going to say Pop Rocks.
Your teeth are pop rocks?
That's even worse.
They're constantly exploding in your mouth?
Oh my
All the way.
gosh, I did not hear that. That's candy corn, no.
That would be an awful existence.
It would be, and now I regret saying that. I thought you were asking me if I was eating candy corn.
No.
Hey,
I'm like, that's not crunchy at all.
can we go back to our thing?
Prisma, do you have anything else you'd like to do? She is not going to take any of your candy.
She's still gonna keep pestering her about the candy. You can cut back.
Alright.
Is there any holes around here? God damn it. Is there any holes or something around here?
In the ceiling?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be.
Aww. And you say that these stones and everything are definitely weathered.
Yes, they are definitely weathered.
You guys want to dig up to the ceiling, cause a cave-in, be complete and total douchebags?
You'd have to convey that idea to us.
Well, I guess that idea just died right there.
I mean, theoretically, Cornelius could do it. Giant strength, and then just start stabbing at the ceiling with his sword. It would be wildly irresponsible, but we could do it.
I mean, it's not like someone's gonna come around and charge us property tax. You know, we don't have to pay for the damages here. You know, if we were able to break through a wall before to, you know, do stuff, and then there's even holes in the floor, then why should the ceiling be strong enough to take that kind of abuse intentionally. It
Well, you
shouldn't.
haven't really broken through anything. You
Well, no,
chipped away a little bit at the hole that was already there to get Natus through, but you didn't really need to do much for that one because the hole was already there.
Mm-hmm. And exactly what had to happen for that hole to have become that way. If we look at it, oh god, I hate to say this word right now, in a logical standard, how did that hole come to be? It's not like it just decided. Something had to have happened there. That means it was possible to wear it down to eventually that hole to have had been created. I have no idea what could have led to that happening, and I'm giving Wheat a lot of credit here in saying that something historically had to happen instead of him just putting a way for us to just go up there without ever go through the hallway. Um, but I feel like that logic could be applied, and I even know how to convey it without having to be asked. So yeah, uh, the robot just starts looking around, and he shoots his time wave up at the ceiling right here. It probably doesn't do anything, but through repeated use, I'm hoping someone can intuit this. Do I
I
need to
don't think
roll?
that's anywhere near where we need to be, but
This, if looking at it, this would be roughly where the ritual's happening, since the stairway's the only thing that should theoretically connect exactly to where it is. So that means Prisma should be around here, and the altar thing should be around here. This should put us to the left of it.
Yeah, technically, you don't know where Prisma's at.
Not as a character. My character is just shooting because he's doing it because that's an idea for getting up there. The same exact way we got up through here. But as a player, I'm not too concerned with stopping my character's idea because from what I can intuit, it shouldn't happen underneath the underneath Prisma, who also flies. So heck if I care if it actually is underneath her.
I'm going to run an insight, see if Cornelius can figure out what Sigismund is planning there.
Just launching some time waves here.
Alright. No, I don't think you
Motherfucker!
do.
Yeah, he's got no fucking clue.
Ah, well, he may not be able to intuit it, but he can ask.
I was actually about to say, so he is going to ask, what is it, Sig? Do you see something there?
Okay. Excuse me while I type this.
Very well. As, as that, I guess Tari's like, you worked for this guy long? To our masked friend.
I don't know why you keep asking about this.
Passing the time?
Passing the time. What's your favorite food?
You know, a mix of spicy and sweet. So I don't really have a favorite, but if you got that, I'm usually okay.
I could get on that. I like some spicy and sweet stuff too.
Yeah. So I'm just making small talk with this guy
Okay.
while they're figuring that out.
So Sieg responds, "The structure existed in ages long past. How does it still stand? Chroniclers of time long recorded these questions and wondered. Stone floors with holes, last legs in its time." And then it shoots more time waves.
So does he want to make a hole?
I don't know. Roll insight.
Alrighty. Get to right there. Where's my insight?
I'd say that works, or does it have to be like against my spell save or something? I don't know. What
I
is
mean,
the
you could
DC?
do a persuasion or something. See if they understand, if they get over your persuasion.
Let's see. Yeah, they both would.
All right, yeah, they understand. And so does he.
I talk loud.
And the masked man's like,
Oh.
hey, nah.
Yeah, maybe not be too risky. Tigran.
Hearing him, it steps a little forward over here so that it can't be seen. So, yeah.
That's not gonna save you, little puppet.
I mean, it's behind Vitari. He's kind of a giant meat shield for him right now.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
assume that your time wave would be making noise as well.
How hard does it would you say a time wave hits?
Well, that
Like, as far
depends.
as
I need you
creating-
to actually roll to hit.
Okay. It just feels weird to,
All right,
So
that
roll
hits.
yeah, it's like, how do you miss?
I mean, but thunder damage kind of sounds noisy.
That is
I think-
true.
Thunder is like sound stuff, isn't it?
Okay.
I'll give you
So,
3
yeah.
chances, puppet.
Alright, Zeke, maybe not. It doesn't seem to miss when he hits
Well-
somebody.
See, here's the thing. From every context clue I've gotten, the revival of this person is like at least a 90% chance meant to happen. Therefore, these characters are probably strong enough to basically kill our entire team, since Wheat's not really stressing that we have to fight them. We just have to sit around and try to basically patience out this. Which means that if I do antagonize him into fighting, oh yeah, he's probably gonna kick our ass or something. You know, we're not strong enough to handle him now.
Pretty low on
But
health, probably couldn't run away.
No. I always balance things accordingly.
I was going to say, speak for yourself. I could take him.
listen, hands for feet. What are you gonna do? Grapple check him with your poo hands?
Be more effective than grapple checking him with his hooves.
Well, it'd be less effective than
Very
grapple
true.
checking him with his horn.
I'll
Although
punch him.
I must admit that is kind of cool, like to use
Be
all
so
4 of his limbs to
weird.
like grab him on all 4 of his limbs and then gore his head right off with his horn. It's kind of creepy, kind of cool.
Pretty metal.
But out of character, I don't think you should keep risking this because Prisma is up there on her own.
Yes.
We don't know what the layout looks like up there. We wouldn't know if it was in this room next to us or if there was like 5 flights of stairs.
That's actually a pretty good point.
You know, like
Oh.
it's a tall tower and we've only come up 1 floor.
Again, she flies. Why would she fall down?
I don't
No,
think
no,
that's
no,
the
what
point.
Yeah, what he's saying is, for all we know, that stair goes up a tower, and if we blow through the ceiling here, all we'll do is end up on the roof near the base of the tower.
The roof near the base of the tower?
Yeah, like, suppose the area here ends at just 2 floors, and it's just a flat roof, and the room over there beside us here goes up into a tower beside it.
And you're saying that's worse than our current situation?
I would say that it's not worse, more
I'd say
as
it's
it's
better. We
exactly
got
the same.
Yeah, like I think we've
We got
agreed
past
to
this
give him the
whole-
hour, haven't we? So it's like otherwise, I wouldn't have stopped. I think.
And I also don't like the fact that this actually affects him instead of making him laugh. You know? This actually sounds like it actually matters to him instead of humoring him as everything else we've done has.
He'll
I mean,
just
that
attack.
is true, but the other problem is that if we blow a hole in the ceiling of this place, it might cause more of the ceiling to come down.
It
And
could,
also, I don't think the
but
princess could fly.
It-
At least as far as we know.
We already know that Sigismund doesn't care about the princess.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
actually, his instruction was to save the princess, so that's the goal he's working on. He doesn't actually care about her, though. But see, this hole here, like I said, if the floor could collapse to actually cause like an entire collapse that could theoretically fall on us, then why is this hole perfectly stable and small? Well, air quote small. It's rhino sized at this juncture. You know?
I mean, it's entirely possible that it could have been, like, let's say, a pooling of water on the roof above it, causing water to run through the mortar between the bricks and slowly dripping down on that spot over a long period of time, causing erosion and eventually the hole to fall in.
Mm,
Which would be a very different matter than someone, say, blasting it from with explosives from underneath.
maybe. Although, I don't think my attacks are strong enough to actually do so much more than that. Not against stone, at least. So after a
probably
few
not.
attacks, like maybe 10, it's basically just kind of grinding away at it like with sandpaper to a rock.
Well, it'd be more like hitting the wall with a sledgehammer repeatedly.
Not a sledge. It's not that hard. I mean, I deal 1d8 thunder, and I think a great maul, which would be what I would consider, or a maul. Wait, is it great maul or maul? Or is there even a distinction?
Maul.
Okay. Maul, and I
We
think a
can't go
maul is like
shopping
what?
right now.
I think a maul is a 1d10 or
What,
A
in the next
maul
room
is
we could?
2d6.
There's armor,
2d6.
bows, spears.
That's clearly much more as far as implied damage than my potential. I have 1 to 8 and that's 2 to 12.
I mean, that is true, but what I'm saying is that unlike erosion causing the collapse, impact causing the collapse would also create cracks that spiderweb outward from the initial point of impact.
Well, that is what my perception's there for. If I see that the cracks are actually going in a direction I don't want them to, instead of grinding down at the stone, wear it down, instead of it's actually breaking through instead of sanding through, it just stop.
I mean, that is true. Still, Cornelius can only cover you from so many of those knives, and we know he can throw at least 3 simultaneously.
Yeah, just wish I didn't have a cloud of bodies around me. That's quite the amazing weaving for something he can't see.
I mean, theoretically, Dominicus and Vitari could intercept it in melee.
Is it my
The
time
hell?
to shine?
The other 5
What,
guys.
what
can
ideas have you got? Like, we're counting on you.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea.
I know I'm only winding you up.
So
But
yeah,
yeah,
You wanna brainstorm with me, distraction?
I've no idea what to do. As far as I'm concerned, we're giving him the hour to resurrect the dead and then getting the princess.
The
okay,
princess.
now that I think about it, one thing that actually does sound like it's a good reason to dissuade me is he already said I'm getting the princess back, and my goal is to get the princess back. I don't actually have to break up here.
Like, I've kind of stopped charging through because I thought we had some kind of negotiation, and Prisma's up there. technically as a hostage.
Oh wait, hold on. What did he say? What did the matchman say?
A lot of things. What point?
Yes.
Did
Which
like
was
to the robot?
To the
He only said
robot?
2 things to the robot, so I need to actually focus on his terminology. What did he say?
Hey, nah. I think that was it.
And I,
Give you
And
3
I'll
shots.
give it three more.
I'll give you 3 chances. And basically, like, stop. Is
Oh,
what
he
he
said
implied by
stop.
that. He didn't say stop, he just, that was implied. He's like, you got 3 chances, puppet.
3 chances for what? I mean, I feel like he should know that that's his fault. He's not saying
It's-
anything. You got 3 chances for what?
You're told.
He's also probably
Concept.
talking
He
to
hasn't
you
said it.
like a person.
Yeah. No, he doesn't know what
Like,
you are.
assuming that you would be able to understand it. He doesn't know your proclivities.
So another time wave fires out.
Alright, I still need you to roll damage, too.
Oh, the damage.
That one just kind of... Alright, 4 damage.
I'm gonna send you a message, Tanner.
All right.
So I guess if it just, I mean, does it make a noise for him to notice though? Because not like he could see the ceiling being hit.
It is thunder damage. I would assume it goes poof, at very least.
So what does he say?
Well, he's already said what he needs to say.
I
If you
already gave
shoot-
you his threat.
3 times, then... But you didn't understand that. But if you shoot 3 times, then, you know...
Okay.
Cornelius is gonna tell Sig to lay off.
Already.
Does he say it?
Yes, Cornelius will specifically say to stop attacking.
It just beeps and then puts its arm down. It's Mega Man Buster Cannon.
As entertaining as it would be to see what is actually up there, because my theory is the roof, but we could be wrong and it's the room up where Prisma is. But definitely not worth getting the potty knifed over.
Hmm.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile...
Well, I did my piece. I can't be accused of being an inactive party member.
Meanwhile,
no, he
is that
certainly
what you...
done his piece.
Is that the hint to check on Prisma?
Yeah, I was actually going to say, since we've got nothing else to do, we should probably check back with Prisma and the princess.
Prismer.
I will AFK momentarily, since I guess this is basically only Prisma does anything section. So something important happens, let me know. With our people.
Alright, Prisma. What's going on your end?
So she's still refusing the candy, huh?
Yes, I kind of assume it's like, come on, no thank you. Come on, no thank you. Come on, no thank you.
Yeah.
Go
That's
on,
what
go
it's
on.
And then Prisma's
Remember, 30 no's and a yes means yes. The Sean Connery approach.
You know what? If you want as well, make a persuasion check.
Alright.
Yeesh.
Fine.
Yay! Something to candy!
Will this
There you
make
go.
you happy?
Yes, it does! And
Alright.
it'll make you happy.
Thank you for the candy. She raises up her mask a little bit and pops it into her mouth. And you're right, this is very good. Can't believe you
I have a question for
got
Sigismund.
me to
I'll stop.
ignore the chance of you poisoning me just because you're so annoying.
I could have, but you seem nice.
Oh my god.
I mean, other than the fact that your friend has been, trying to kill me and my friends.
If I remember correctly, you were running towards our associate first. We were just giving backup.
I'm sorry, what was that you cut out? Or I cut out, I guess?
You and your party were running towards our associate first. We were just giving backup.
Well, he had a bunch of rats. They were in the way.
You really are a simple little thing, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe a little. I don't usually do much except make candy, eat candy, dream about candy, think about candy. But here lately I've been having to do a lot of other stuff. I'm just hoping it'll help me get home.
Oh, and where is home for you?
Home is the Fey realm for me.
Well, I have a little bit of Fae in me as well.
Oh, she
You do?
persuaded.
Yeah,
Did the
she
persuasion work?
points to her ears, and you notice that they're pointed.
Oh, they're bonding. Did she finally accept the candy?
Yeah, she finally accepted the candy.
Ah. And they say they don't want to be evil. I mean this for the rest of the group.
To accept my candy as evil?
To be nice to your enemy is evil. Because the enemy is evil. You know, subjective
Unless the enemy's good.
subjective standards. If you treat your enemy with kindness, it means you're like them. And if they are evil, then that means you are evil.
Conversely, if they are evil, if they are good and we are opposing them, that subjectively makes us the evil ones.
No, that's objectively. Subjectively is opinion based.
No, if we knew they were good and we knowingly opposed them, that would make us objectively evil.
Yeah, like I said.
But see, if we don't know they're good and we oppose them, then we're not evil, we're just in the way.
Mm-hmm. And the subjective standards is too unclear. Alright, so carry on, I think I just interrupted everything.
No, you keep going.
So, anything else you would like to do or say?
Well, I asked. Oh, so you're an elf?
Half.
Oh. That's cool. The half elves?
Do what?
I haven't really met many half elves.
Well, most of us aren't, taken care of very well.
So, is it just you? Do you have any siblings?
I have many siblings.
Like how many?
I think we're up to 140?
Ah! Oh, how do you have so many siblings?
I'm adopted.
Elf rabbit. I know it. Because if humans can have a variation that looks like an elf, then why can't rabbits have a variation that looks like an elf?
Who has 141 kids?
rabbits,
She stays quiet on this one.
and spiders, and ants.
And Faye.
Jeez.
Because Fae have been known to kidnap mortal children and bring them to the Fae realm.
That's a changeling.
I mean, not in D&D, I think. I think D&D changelings are different. But yes, lore-wise, in terms of real-world lore, those would be changelings.
Also, changelings in real world lore leave their own kid in its place.
Yeah, technically the changeling is the one they leave behind.
Hmm.
But anyway, she stays quiet to that last question.
I was wondering, how long has this ritual been going on at this point?
Hmm?
How long has this ritual been going?
All in all, I'd say about 20 minutes, really. Maybe like 25. Because I kind of assume the out-of-character talk is paused time.
Well, Christmas just kind of making small talk here, just trying to get onto her good graces. Maybe she'll reveal something if she keeps her talking enough.
Well, unless you want to have an actual conversation, she doesn't really reveal much of anything. Other than, you know, this is pretty good candy. Her half-elfness. Couple of compliments here and there. You know, just average small talk. But I'm gonna switch back if you don't have anything for now.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, checking in on you guys. What's up?
Nothing about me. So I was told to stop.
What does his mask look like?
His mask.
I don't remember.
Uh, well, whenever I explained it, it's I didn't explain it well, but a little bit more detail in my explanation. It is very round, has no mouth, just very round eyes, and an X in between those eyes that goes from the edges of everything.
You know, there is one thing I could do, theoretically. Wait, no, he'd need to be within 30 feet. He's more than 4 times that. Never mind.
Yeah.
So if I was to say his mask looks kind of like ignore how lopsided these are.
Why? What's wrong with Uncle Nubra's face?
No, well, his face, his mask isn't lopsided, you know? But it's like like that, but, you know, not intersected.
And did you make your mask, or was it given to you?
Yeah, I made it.
Y'all. Ah,
Huh.
your friend, she made her mask too, or
We all make our own masks.
was it like a initiation thing or something?
Nope. Just a little flair.
Y'all just like arts and crafts?
Well, we still need to be able to hide our identity, but, you know, leave people with a little bit of a story. It's like, oh, it was the X-faced masked man, you know? Oh, that one had a star.
Or they just call you round face?
They could do that. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's all I got, really. Small talk. I would just sit there and let the time pass. Again, making meaningless small talk.
All right. Does anyone else have anything they want to do? No? I mean, if
Oh,
also we can just skip through the hour if you want to.
I would say if no one.
Yeah,
had
I mean, I'm not seeing a way past this. If I could get within 30 feet of him, I could stun him, and then everyone could just rush. But
I mean, you could always attempt to go through the hallway.
and I want to say, and risk having bullshit done to us, but no, it's not a risk, it's a certainty.
yeah, I'm not trusting that hallway. Besides, for all I know, the walls are trapped too. You know, fuck it. I'm gonna go for it.
So you don't want to break through the ceiling, but you want to risk the absolute certainty of Hallway of Doom. Where's the logic here?
Who cares about
I mean,
logic?
You know, actually, no. I was gonna say I'm gonna trust that he's not trying to actually kill us and go for it, but then I realized that those traps could probably do a lot worse than kill me. So,
Oh yeah, you know, hands for hooves here would certainly tell you a different story
Well,
about he's
give you-
not trying to make us upset.
They give you
yeah,
human
I was
ears.
gonna say the last thing we need is for me to be turned into a frog for the next like 38 hours or whatever.
Yeah, with like no save.
So yeah, I think I am okay with waiting out the time.
We're better off waving it out because really any option, if there is an option that doesn't risk this floor, it gets shot down. And if there is an option to like cross this floor, I don't know it. I don't know what you guys can do.
I mean,
All I know is what I can and can't do, and
there's also been like instances that you know that you don't take damage if you dodge it.
what
And I
dodging-
also already said that the hands for feet did not mess with Natus physically, other than changing his feet into hands. He could have still continued on. That was a character decision to roll over and lick them. So nobody has been hurt on this hallway. You're just all scared.
That's because of the potential for something worse down the line.
I mean, theoretically, the traps could all be illusory. We don't know because none of them have actually harmed us.
Also, you already know that he hasn't made any attacks against... If he was going to throw any knives, it would have been the moment that Natus and Dominicus charged. And he didn't. So you can also possibly assume that he's not going to throw any knives at anybody going down the hallway. Possibly because of his curiosity, because he said, I don't even know what this thing does.
Well, I'm not the charger down the hallway, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I decided to stop because you.
Hey,
Well,
don't put
Vitari-
this one on me.
No, but Vitari started negotiations. I was looking for an excuse not to charge. The two animal handling failed, and this is
Yeah,
a
we
perfect
could've stopped
excuse for me to stop.
The
I mean-
charge down the hallway is not on me. I just noticed that everything happened, like not everything, but half of things that happened, there's no way to resist it. Whether it actually has an effect or not, now that we mentioned it, yeah, what did you lose from having hands for hooves?
He lost nothing. It was a character moment for him to roll over. I just thought the hands was funny.
Nadas doesn't find it very funny at all.
Yeah.
Well, he could sit there twiddling his thumbs. He
Hey,
could do
I'm going to be spending hit dice in 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yeah, he's taking a short rest.
So I would say Nate is the smartest out of all of them.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not really the deck save guy, so if any of these traps aren't illusory, we're gonna find out in a hurry if I go charging down there.
God bless you. And then you at least have a D4 to try to help you.
That could work, yes. And in fact, Cornelius will usher Sigismund over for just that purpose.
Uh-huh. Gotta say it.
Oh, which is to say specifically, he will beckon Sigismund over and ask him to give him a blast.
Sigismund turns around, and, that's not a touch range spell, is it? I don't think it is. Nope, 30 feet, so... Hachu! Oh, wait, hold on. Hachu! And, it places it on the rabbit, Dominicus, and the rhino. Should I move for that week? I mean, because it's necessary to have line of sight, I would say. He would move into line of sight, but should I really, like, do that and be like, take that, Vitari, so I could see, and then move out?
No,
Would you be that
I would have been okay with you just staying there and saying that you moved around the corner
Okay.
to see them.
There you go. Hachu!
Oh, what you got planned now?
Figured I'd take a walk down there, see about what these, what that switch behind you is doing.
Oh, this? If you get over here and you flip this switch, this hallway turns off.
Oh, neat. Guess I'll give it my shot.
Yeah. You know what? I want to see this. And he walks over to the other one and leans up against that wall.
Now, Cornelius is going to back up to the far end of here and then take a running start before angling towards the wall.
Alright, I will say that this is a... Are you trying to run on the wall and bounce between the walls?
Yes, that is precisely it. I know this can't end anyway but badly, but I want to see what happens.
Alright.
Oh wow.
You'll be able to move... If you get a... I'll say acrobatics... to run on the wall and bounce between them, you'll still only be able to move your movement distance. But if you get above 20, I'll allow it to happen.
I don't know, when he said above 20, that would have probably been the first dude to not try.
Oh.
Fuck it, what's the worst that could happen?
Well, I would
So
say
where do
that
I
you're
end
able
up?
to move your jump distance. Your feet don't plant very well to so you'll basically just be making a long jump on this one.
Works for me. So he will start his jump here. Where does he end up?
What's your strength score?
Strength score is 15.
15.
So 3 panels.
1, 2, 3. So you can land on Natus.
Ooh, I had a thought.
Pull a Mario.
I was actually just thinking, using Natus as a platform, can I attempt to make another long jump?
I would allow it.
Deep, doop, doop. Deep,
And
deep, doo, doo.
you notice while
Natus-
stepping on him, nothing happens to you.
Well, of course, I'm not standing on the floor, so... And if I roll a 20 and boost it with the D4...
No, he can't. It's not for skill checks.
Oh.
It's for saves and attack rolls.
Well, if I roll a nat or say if I roll 18 or higher, I can still get above a 20 because I have proficiency in acrobatics.
Also, Wheat,
Mm-hmm.
what's the over-under on 2 of the same spell just from different sources?
It doesn't matter. If it's the same spell, then it doesn't stack.
Okay.
The
Can I help?
What about similar effects? Because guidance and resistance has basically both components of bless, just once.
those do stack. The way that the spell stacking works is you can technically have a character with 2 instances of bless on them, but only the last one cast is active at a time. So if Sigismund and Vitari were to cast bless on Cornelius, and Sigismund lost his concentration, it would, well, it's not concentration. No, it is concentration. Then Vitari's concentration wouldn't be affected, so he would still have the bless effects. There's a fun little sidebar here. There's a fun little interaction that you can do as a warlock. I think it's the undead warlock, because it gets Death Ward, which whenever you are brought to 0, you are instead brought to 1 HP, and you can't be instantly killed by any spells while under it. But you can technically stack that as a warlock, because it's not concentration, and if you cast it on yourself multiple times, as I said before, it's just the current version that is messed up, that is active, and so you take 1 death ward off, you take another death ward off, you take another death ward off, and it just keeps you at 1 HP for as many death wards as you cast.
So then, what about similar effects, just different sources, not different character sources? I mean, several different sources.
If it's a different spell, then it's a different spell, and they stack.
So a little late now, but Vitari could have also. Wait, does Vitari have guidance and resistance?
I have guidance.
I forgot exactly what guidance does.
So yeah, if you were both to
It does
cast
look
guidance on Cornelius, whoever cast it last would be the one, would be which one got used first, and then he'd be able to use the second one after that.
I mean, like guidance and bless together, would it make it so that he rolls 2d4? Because they are similar effects, but they are both different source and different person.
Well, guidance is only for an ability check, so no.
Or I mean, this one, sorry. Because guidance, I wanted to see it, so that's why it's posted there. But this one does actually have an overlap.
I would say that yes, resistance would allow you to put a 2d4 to a saving throw. But you wouldn't be able to cast both of them, because they're both concentration. Anyway, somebody was going to say something.
I was just wondering if I could help Cornelius get advantage without ruining my short rest.
I would say yes.
I will, like, tense up my shoulder muscles and fling him.
Don't tread on me.
Yeah.
Sproingy.
All right, so we're doing the Black Tri-Stars approach here. I shall attempt to bound from Natus to the wall, and then again try to bounce between them.
All right. And you started here, so that's 25 feet. And I'm guessing you're dashing.
Yes, I'm going to dash.
All right.
That's 35 left. And then there's Rabbit Hop.
So go for it.
Come on.
Once again, you're able to walk, I would say 5 feet on the wall, but not enough to hop between them. So you can land on the wall anywhere in that long jump. So anywhere between these 15 feet, you can choose to do it on that one, or that one. and you would be able to go another 5 feet on the wall. And then I would have to say that you have to make another one in order to bounce from the wall to anywhere else.
I think I'll go the max 15.
You go from here to here, and then you can go 5 extra feet, and that could be you can bounce from here to here, or you can run to here and then bounce to here. But yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking I'd drop myself here and hope for the best.
You drop yourself there. I need you to make a wisdom save.
Oh,
Wisdom.
goody, wisdom save.
Oh, great.
All right. Well, as you feel yourself being
What's that?
overcome by something, you disappear
Uh-oh.
and end up right back at the start.
Oh, well, at least that's all that happened.
And he'll say as much.
So a 10 doesn't solve the issue there.
Almost
Those are good.
certainly not.
Alright, so Vitari can put guidance for the ability check.
Yeah. If you're gonna try again, I think Vitari will guidance you.
Oh, so that's what that one does.
Well, at least I know I can safely land there again.
Yeah. As long as they all don't, change randomly.
There.
Nope.
Marked it.
They don't seem to change.
Seem to be their thing, okay.
Well, at least I'm not going to get hands for feet.
That is a good thing.
I mean, hands for feet sounds like it would be useful. You know, monkeys make real good use of it.
Well,
That is true.
well, his booties won't fit on his hands.
I figure what the hell. I'll give it one more go. Worst case scenario, I can try and land back on that same square.
All right. Second verse, same as the first.
Second verse, same as the first.
Guidance on him before he goes.
Also, another fun little thing that you technically know from watching Natus charge is this one doesn't seem to have an effect. Neither does this one because Sigismund walked on it earlier.
Yes,
One Dominicus
technically they
stands
do.
on.
So I can start my jump from one later.
Which would allow, if you were to jump from there, you would be able to, well, actually, it would be jumping from there. You'd be able to jump to there.
I mean, that is true, but then I also wouldn't have Natus to land on as a fallback.
If only we have a summoner. Done.
Yes, that would be really handy. We could lay summons down on the Tarzan, and I could just hop across their backs.
His class was not done when we made this. So no one could do it. We made
So
this.
yeah, I'm gonna start the long jump from where I originally started, because worst case scenario on that is that I land on Natus.
Oh,
Whereas I have no idea what happens if I land in front of him. Ooh,
All right. I'm
I
gonna
have a
say
D4
that.
I can use on that.
Go for it.
One.
All right. I will say that you'll be able to move 10 feet against a wall. So you can still jumping onto Natus. You'd be able to make another long jump to this same spot, and then you'd be able to go here, and then jump to here, here, and you'll get a second acrobatics check because, you know, you got a second acrobatics check last time to see
With
whether you can
advantage.
go that way.
Does Cornelius have a sharp weapon?
Yes, he does. He has a long sword.
He can try to stab it up to the wall, save his location.
Or try
I
to
mean,
put
in
ammo on
theory,
the
but I
wall.
don't think the mortar between the bricks would be especially
Good on the
vulnerable
blade.
to that.
There's cracks between them, and they're old.
I mean, that is true, but it would take a considerable amount of force to jam a blade into a brick wall between the stones, especially if you're not doing it from a position that is situated standing on the ground.
But you have the momentum of your momentum.
That is true. If I were to spring far enough that I could reach the opposite wall, I could, in theory, do it. But I certainly could not do it on the wall I'm currently running on. I wouldn't have the leverage.
Well, let's see what you get. That's a 15.
All right, I would give you the 10 feet again, so you can actually make it to here, 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 or here.
Question.
Yes.
Technically, the wall is over the tile of, like where he's at. It's technically over the tile that my clicker. This is here where he's at right now is just an indicator to say that he's on the wall. But technically speaking, his location is here, just up in the air.
Are you wanting me to teleport him?
Well, then 10 feet from this location should actually reach the other side of the wall.
I'm gonna go with this.
I mean,
Yeah, I looked
Yeah,
at it
I'm being
differently.
pretty
I
lenient
don't-
right now anyway.
I actually looked at the corridor being 3 wide, and it's
Well,
just
that's-
there.
I mean, yeah, because, you know, the square that it actually connects to the floor would actually be even lower down, but, you know.
well, and also let's not forget that even if it was only 2 wide, you're saying that it should reach the other wall from 10 feet, it is assuming that Cornelius takes up the entire 5 foot, which he doesn't. If he was a large-sized character, I say there could be an argument for that, but I'm going to land him here.
Just small.
All right, I'll need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Haha! Well, he has permanent save help. Or not permanent, but considerably permanent.
And you take no damage as a fire jet spews from the floor.
Now, would I be allowed to attempt to make another leap?
Hey, you still have movement left, yeah?
Should do,
Boop,
if I'm sprinting.
boop. And you got that.
No, he
Oh,
doesn't.
yeah, no, that's my maximum movement.
All right. Well, I would say that you would not be able to make another leap, but with that dexterity save, you will get to choose a direction to dodge this within 5 feet of you.
Can I dodge up?
Onto the wall?
Well, I was thinking if I can jump the 10 foot to the top of the wall and stab my blade in.
Give me an athletics for stabbing blade. I would have to say that you wouldn't be able to get a good on it, if that makes sense.
Yes, not enough to get a good bit in, probably just the tip of the blade.
Yeah, having to dodge the flame and then try it, it would have put you at an awkward angle.
Yeah. Certainly not enough for me to be able to do anything, but maybe enough for me to be able to hang on for a little while.
I'll say you'll have one quote-unquote turn of hanging on before it slips out under your weight. Because you might not weigh that much, but you didn't get much of your blade in there either.
Yeah, basically just the end of it.
You could hear at the end of the hall, "Woo!" Nice.
Too bad I need 2 hands for that crossbow. Because if I had a hand crossbow or something like that, I could fire it into the wall and then use the bolt as a foothold.
That'd be good.
And sadly, no use of pitons because I don't have the time to hammer it in.
All right, so while you're hanging there, what would you like to do next?
Could I use my hammer to try to drive my blade in farther?
I would allow it.
Can I use a time wave to help him get further whenever he tries to jump?
No, if I'm hammering my blade in, that's because I'm going to be hanging there. There's not going to be any, unless I were to leave my sword behind, and Cornelius isn't going to do that because it was his granddad's sword.
So he's gonna stay there?
Well, it's safer than touching the floor and triggering that fire trap again.
So now you're stranded there.
Basically, yes.
Why? Why would you do that?
I mean, it was worth a shot. This is literally our best case scenario here. I mean, I could drop and make the dex save and then attempt to save across the entire floor, but I'm not liking those odds.
Hey, he's doing more than you are.
I
Wait,
was
if I
gonna
action...
just
No,
fire
action.
yes, and I put the bless on her. Okay, what else do you expect me to do?
Oh, I don't expect anything. I'm just saying that,
I literally just suggested to try to propel him forward with time wave. So Herm, Whitney, he's doing more than you are. You just went up there and shared candy.
Now,
I mean,
kiss and makeup, everybody.
I was gonna say, this is literally better than I expected to do, so, no shame on that. On the other hand, I mean, we don't know if the traps do actual damage. If I were to allow myself to drop down, I can probably survive whatever damage that trap does.
And you know something else I just thought about?
And it's not a long jump to that teleport trap.
Something else I just thought about. If Navis has hands now, and those hands are rhino, esque hands, whatever that elicits, it still just means that they're powerful. He could literally just dig them shits into the wall and crawl across.
Well, he could if he wasn't lugging a 2-ton body. The wall wouldn't support that.
Also, the fact that he's doing a short rest, so he can't do anything.
This is just an idea, okay? It's not, hey, he should do this.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm just saying that while it is an idea, it is not necessarily a good one.
Well, you could also try to do kind of like a swinging motion when you, like swinging your body so that you don't land on this specific tile at least. So that when the sword comes out, which it will thanks to your swinging motion, you then land at a different tile, and well, the plan was to make way, so you were gonna land on more tiles regardless.
That is true. And theoretically,
And hell,
Maybe.
if Wheat says that my time wave can basically be the equivalent of a help action with a little bit of damage. You know?
You know what? I would allow you to propel him up to 5 feet as long as he's already in the air and it's not a combat situation.
Okay.
That's more than fair, yes.
So Sig walks around, looks at him.
Be careful though. This might be your third time wave, and you did have 3 chances.
But
Yeah,
that
he's-
was for shooting the ceiling.
I know.
Yeah, those guys can clearly see it's not for shooting the ceiling.
I'm just trying to put some fear into him.
Put fear into who? I've been the guy trying to come up with ideas here, and I only get told no. So yeah,
No.
I don't stop because of fear. I stop because other people tell me to stop.
I mean, I'm willing to go for it if you are. I can probably survive this, so.
Yeah, you should theoretically land like right here at the very least if we will allow the fact that if you're swinging you won't land on the same spot you're already on. Right? Would you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd land here, and upon jumping, I can give you a free 5 feet of distance. And then at worst you'll land on another one over here, and hopefully that one doesn't happen to KO you.
Well.
With the
yes, we
swinging
can certainly hope.
and, you know, a good enough athletics. I'll say athletics for this one instead of acrobatics. But if you're able to, like, pull yourself, I'd say that you can get a good 10 feet whichever direction you want to go just from the swing, too. So with the time wave, you'd be able to hit here before hitting the floor.
Awesome, I will do just that.
So if you get
And
if you get a 15 or anything higher, you'll be able to swing the 10 feet.
Does that also
You know what? If you
equate
get
to-
if you get higher than 20, I'll let you go 15.
So considering that's already implying momentum, does that substitute a running start?
No.
You've still got your buff as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I've still got a one. Wait, hang on. How many times can I use that for bless?
Bless is infinite as long as I'm concentrating and nothing's gonna hit me. And
Oh,
infinite
awesome.
for a minute, but you know, that's basically infinite.
And guidance is
So-
once,
Yeah,
and
guidance
then it
doesn't have.
ends.
He doesn't have guidance anymore.
And guidance is for skill checks, but bless is for ability checks. So yeah, I don't
That's
have
the
the
exact
default for
same
the skill
thing.
check.
You just said the exact same thing. Skill checks and ability checks are basically the same thing.
No, ability checks are using strength, etc., whereas skill checks are using investigation or athletics.
It still makes you wrong because bless is for saves and attack rolls.
So it's only saves and attack rolls, whereas guidance is for ability and skill checks. Then
Also, where were you? Were you here or here?
He was above
I
the
was
red.
there.
Okay.
But yeah,
So yes, I did get 10 foot.
you do have to make the attack roll to hit him, though.
Yeah. Hadouken! I missed.
All right, so you will land there. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm good with that.
I mean,
It's literally the best case scenario here. So
Yeah, you kind of have to be okay with it. But as you
Yes,
land
I got a
there,
choice.
ghostly hands begin to reach up out from the floor and grab you. Strength save, please.
Another one I'm good at, actually. Funnily enough.
All right, you're able to. You kind of feel them start to pull you down a little bit, but you're able to shrug them off of you, kind of fight them off. And because of that, I will allow you to make 5 feet in any direction.
But doesn't that trigger the next one?
That's the plan. I'll move here on the diagonal.
All right. And as you move to that diagonal, a small explosion under your feet of paint covers you. You are now painted a different color. But
What
you take
color?
no damage.
That seems fine.
Theoretically, I could wait here until I had more movement.
Yes, yes you can.
I'd end up being
but
a
as you-
multicolored splotched rabbit, but
Every couple of seconds while you're waiting there, it just keeps going.
Well, as long as it's not hurting you.
And you're until you are just this spattered rabbit covered in all of the colors of paint possible.
The return of garbage.
You're a tie-dyed rabbit.
I was about to say, poor Cornelius is probably thinking, oh, this is very dignified. This is going to make an impression on people, sarcastically.
But yeah, nothing
There
seems
goes
to
his dignity, poor rabbit.
nothing damaging seems to happen. It seems that some of these squares are just for funsies.
I mean, hands for feet kind of implied that.
Yes, hands for feet definitely implied comical. The traps range in severity from seriously maiming to comical.
I don't know if it was in real life. I think it would make people lose their minds.
Yeah, this is psychological warfare.
Did a copper dragon make this hallway?
You don't know.
It is entirely possible. Now, theoretically, from a standing leap, I could attempt to make another long jump. I think just
yeah,
long
but
jumping down the hallway is my best bet.
I think that's only your strength modifier, though. If you don't take a running start first, of at least 10 feet.
Huh. And my strength mod isn't that great. It's just... I think it's only 2. So basically, I wouldn't even leave the square if I did that. So I guess I'm going to have to risk
Oh, no,
whatever's up ahead to get a run up.
Hold up, I reread it. When you make a standing long jump, you can leap only half that distance. So it's half of your strength score.
Which in this case means I would still only leap 5 foot. Effectively. I'm going to take the run up. I'm going to attempt to run starting at this square and then to the next one if I can manage it.
Alright, well, nothing seems to happen whenever you stand on that square.
Oh god.
And then to the next one, following through with the run up.
I'll need you to make a saving throw as a spear shoots up from this one.
Dex saving throw then.
All you have to do is use the spear to help you jump up.
Put it right between your cheeks. Clinch.
It's 1d4. Or does it not? Does it not help?
No, the
Might
bless
help.
helps.
No, I mean like another theoretical +4. Does it still fail?
Yeah, might. You don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to roll it.
Yes.
There you go.
Nice.
Nice
All right.
theoretic.
Once again, you're able to jump right past that spear.
Alright, now that I've got the 10-foot lead up, I'm going to make a long jump.
Alright. And that will land you there. Nothing seems to happen on that square.
I'm going to wave at Mask Guy.
He gives you a wave back.
Question. Why would you take that diagonal? Now you have him in the way.
Actually, it's because I was going to use the rabbit hop.
Can only get 2 spaces here, though.
Yeah, but 2 spaces brings me to the end of the hallway. Unless there's something seriously lethal in that square, I can just step off it.
Well, let's hope. I mean, the first one on the other side doesn't have something. So yeah, now you gotta roll like a d12 and hope it might mix it. That's what rabbit hop is.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I got 5 foot.
5 feet. Which 5 foot do you want to take?
The diagonal.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
oh no, you're about to be turned evil. Or not.
All right. You are successfully not teleported back to the start.
Oh, that would have been massively trolly.
So, can he freely jump 2 spaces? Because I don't want to risk that last tile either.
I mean,
I would say with his
His
momentum.
bunny.
Where was the last place that you stopped at? And just, it was right here, right?
Yeah, that's where the
So-
paint was.
So you went like boop. So you're 30 feet. All right, you got some movement. You can still move and do another jump if you want. You're still going forward, and everything.
Yes.
So
I will attempt to make a long jump then.
Get the lever.
all right. You attempt to make a long jump. It'll put you
Acrobatics.
right in front of it.
Oh, poor Rhino. He wanted that short rest.
Taking the short rest.
Oh, you didn't even need to make that.
Oh, that's ironic, because it's a 21.
No, I mean you didn't need to make an acrobatics check at all.
Blackjack.
It's just an extra jump in your movement.
Yes, then I shall jump then.
Rummy.
He gives you some claps as he sees that you're jumping through the air. He's like, "Don't touch that lever, though."
Is it the one there or the one down there? Because apparently there's 2 levers.
Touch it.
No, there's only one
Touch it.
lever.
You said he moved to the other side.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, I remember
To
the
the
wording
other
now.
side.
The other side of the lever, which doesn't actually insinuate there's another lever. I
No, the
apologize.
other side of the other wall, so that you have a clear view of the lever. He wanted to let you see it, but not touch it.
Touch
I
it.
mean, where I figure it, Cornelius' main priority is probably going to be to go and check to see that everybody's still alive up there. Since plainly this guy's not going to let him deactivate the floor.
You have earned
On the
your
other hand-
spot upstairs if you want.
On the other hand, I could give this guy a shove and see where he ends up.
You know, he ran by us and flipped us off, so, you know, yeah, you could do a dick move too and Sparva kick him like right into the teleport, bring him over here.
Actually, that was...
Even though
I mean,
Matt's
well,
a good idea.
I was gonna say, there's certainly no sense in trying to attack this guy, since even if we could, you know. But I do feel like returning the favor for his little prank on us earlier. And so, on his way upstairs, Cornelius will pass by and give him a shove. He's going to say, "Don't think badly of me for this."
All right, well, I'll still need an athletics.
Aw, he resists it.
All right, well,
Aw.
he
Well, can't blame a guy for trying.
kind of moves out of the way quick enough to that you just kind of fall forward, and he grabs you by the hood and pulls you to your feet so that you don't fall forward.
Cornelius will thank him and sheepishly head on his way upstairs.
You just kind of hear some
Just switch the lever. Hmm?
All right. You
I
are now
mean-
upstairs.
Whitney's gone.
And Prisma
Right when it would have been relevant, of
and the
course.
masked woman both see
A rainbow rabbit.
a rainbow rabbit, yes. Also, why are you missing health? I don't remember you getting hit by anything.
Well, I should be missing health because I did take a small amount of damage when we were doing the crossing of the rats. Necrotic damage from giving Sword Guy a boost. Or not Sword Guy, Moss
Okay,
Guy.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I wasn't missing damage, why I wasn't missing health when I brought him out the first time, but I was supposed to be missing health.
Okay, I get you. But yeah, you just see the princess casting magic over a corpse, and Prisma and the masked woman just having girl talk, basically. Talking about candy the way girls do.
He's talking about their candy.
Not wanting to interrupt, he will step forward but keep a little distance. Being polite and all. And also seeing that nobody is in any imminent danger. Because worst case scenario in this, if this revival goes badly and the guy turns out to be an enemy, at least I can help try and either hold him off or put him back in that coffin.
All right, well, if you're just gonna hold off, I'll go back down here. Anybody else want to try for the gauntlet?
Not as athletic as he is.
So yeah. I'm curious. How many flights did the rabbit go upstairs?
1.
Okay.
But Sigismund doesn't know that.
I know. But there is a timeline where I did break that roof. I'll have you know.
Yeah.
So, I'll have you know, it's somewhere in my memory bank.
Nothing?
Well, what else can I do? I can no longer do anything. I helped the rabbit as best I could, and no one else here is dexterous as a rabbit. I don't know about the NPCs. Enough.
The NPCs are basically holding back until someone makes a decision. Someone that's a player character makes a decision.
I'd say. Just get here. Just wait. Might as well rest. So at least I can get the flask. Maybe get full charge.
Well, it only gets 1 charge an hour.
Oh, well.
Wait.
Maybe
When
you
Whitney
get
says
charge
10.
sold too, so.
Does that mean 10 her time?
Yes.
Which is then also your time?
Yes. It's
Okay.
8:23 my time.
Okay. Yes. So it's 11-hour time. And like somewhere in the across the fucking rainbow for Noober time.
I only concern myself with time zones when I have to be somewhere.
He's the Time Lord.
Yeah, I can't. It's simple maths, I know, but it's just too confusing. I'm always like an hour out, so I just don't guess anymore.
So the rabbit comes on over here and tries to climb onto this wall.
Should be
Well-
about 12:30 his time.
What? You are very far off.
It's 2:25 at the moment.
Well, acrobat or athletics, right? To climb up onto the wall, right?
Yes.
Okay. It just gets on the wall, tries to go up, just slides back down.
Yeah, there's not really very good handholds on this wall here.
Can I just try again?
You could try again.
Okay.
So Vitari's starting a short rest as well, so will Dominicus.
And it just slides back down again, I would say, right?
Yeah.
He's not a robot. He's not affected by the definition of insanity.
Also, I would have
Hush.
said that Dominicus and Vitari started their short rest when Natus did.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Tries again.
So I'm taking a nap with my rhino.
You're just trying to calm me down and you're falling asleep.
with this
Oh,
with his weird human hands.
You know what you're like when you're cuddling your pet, you know?
you mean every day of my life?
Yeah.
There you go.
Bubble lays on me, it's over.
Do I have a real limitation to how many times I can keep trying?
As long as your character would keep trying, he can keep trying.
Okay, because as a robot, if he has the idea to do it, get an inclination to stop.
All right, you're able to finally find a good hold on that, and now you will be able to move at difficult terrain speed throughout the wall.
All the way across without another athletics check?
Yeah, unless something hits you.
Okay, so it kind of just... What's my movement speed? 30, so 15. So it goes 15 across.
All right.
Nothing happened?
Nothing happens. You're on the wall.
No, I mean like as far as being attacked goes.
Nope.
Yeah, another 15.
I'm gonna make another coffee, guys.
I mean,
Good
he's
luck.
pretty much already stated out loud that he's not going to throw any knives because he wants people to go through the hallway.
So then
Basi-
technically, that means I can just go straight across.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He just basically strongly implied he's not going to do anything to stop us unless we try and pull the switch.
So then the robot just stares up at him, giving a good look at him.
He just kind of waves his fingers at you.
Do I notice anything besides the mask?
Just
Because we don't have an image of this guy, so I kind of
the
don't
same
really know.
description that I gave before. He's got stringy hair. Seems to just kind of let it fall naturally, and I'd say it goes to about his shoulders, and he's just wearing some basic leather clothes with two belts crossed across his chest with knives stalking them.
Any particular markings, like tattoos, scars?
None that you see.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean he does have bare arms, but there's no visible
Bare
tattoos
arms
or
or
scars
hair.
on them.
Okay. So after a beep, it kind of just walks on over and comes over here. But are the stairs as how I see them, by the way? Like, move on to the next floor, please. Are the stairs as how I see them, that they look like they have like a... If you don't go fully up, you can actually obscure yourself on the stairs passageway?
I would
You know,
say
kinda like
yes.
cover. Okay, so it goes up enough so that it could peer on over, but it's still, you know, not all the way upstairs, just so it could hide at the actual stairway.
All right.
So do I notice anything? You know, anything that they may have not noticed?
Not really. It seems the place is the resting place for somebody who was considered important. The dried remains are kind of obscured by the coffin since you're kind of lower.
How much time is still left?
I would say a good 25 minutes.
All right. Oh, damn it! It would be the third time I cast it, so the 50% failure rate would be at. I don't like it.
And
Anyway.
listening to the conversation that's being had, it's still just girl talk about candy and boys and lipstick and nail polish and washing dishes and making sandwiches, you know, girl stuff.
I don't hear any counter arguments, so I guess I can't say.
Yeah, I guess
Actually, hold on. We must go to the streams to see if any of your millions of viewers have offer a counter argument.
Why is this on here like this? There, it went off.
I'm back.
Ooh, there are a fair number of viewers, actually.
But I'm eating.
Hello.
Hard to know if they're not bots or.
But anyway, yeah, that's what you see.
Well, Brouhaha can offer an opinion.
Yeah, nobody can think of ideas. What would you do in this situation?
Yeah, he's like Super Mario level parkour. That's the last thing he said, but it's like, come on. What would you do?
Man, I find it so funny that people are like looking to the chat for help now. All right, let's go
Hey,
back
I'm
here.
Okay, I'm already here. I'm not looking for help. So yeah, Brewhark's like, Well, Brewhark can, what would you do in this situation as presented? Viewer involvement. It's how you make more stuff. Oh no.
So you guys are just
No.
finishing the long rest?
That's what I was doing.
Yes, the long rest. They
Or
will
the
never
short
come.
rest?
The short rest.
Though I figured that like Akroth and maybe some others would have gotten an idea from seeing me just side scale the wall over there.
In Ocris.
Yeah. Awkward.
I mean, Okrith probably couldn't pull that off. I don't think he's a strength-based character, but
Doesn't he substitute his charisma for his strength? Or is that just for the sword?
Just for sword attacks. Because he has metal shillelagh. Because shillelagh works on wooden weapons. He has something that works on metal.
Several people hold the coffin lid up and drop it back down on the coffin immediately upon completion of the resurrection and surround the coffin with oil flasks. No, me for getting through the hallway. No, that's a great idea. Shame we don't have oil flasks. But did we actually get some of those grubs?
we do in fact have oil flasks.
I don't think you have grubs, no.
No, we do not.
We should have gotten some of those grubs.
Yeah.
I mean, having said that, I'm not 100% certain that the priest dude who's being resurrected is necessarily bad news.
I mean, me neither. The thing is, well, all I really wanted to do was to get here. You know. Oh yeah, that's right, rope stuff. And do we have more than 100 feet? Because this is like an 100-foot floor.
Nope, alas, only 50 foot of rope. I mean, I could tie the crowbar to it and throw it across, and then someone else could theoretically attempt to cross and tie their rope if they had 50 foot of rope to the crowbar. but I don't think that would work.
Oh, look at that. We know at least Okrith has 50 foot of rope.
The problem being that we would then have 100 foot of rope lying across the floor and nowhere to suspend it from.
I think Whitney's back. Look, Whitney's back. So now she can actually say stuff.
I will say that I am not going to be attempting to turn on my IC again. Because that's what
Oh,
kills
yeah. Well,
Alright, so
So,
what do you say now that you see
roasting.
the rainbow-colored rabbit join you?
Yes,
What?
a rainbow
Happened?
Cornelius comes up the stairs after being able to make it past the hallway. The hallway of ultimate fear, apparently.
It's called caution, Mr. No Saves.
No saves on what?
No saves on half the things we've encountered as of the last 2 sessions.
Half the things that you've encountered?
Okay, maybe that's a little exaggerated. 33% though.
You got...
Because
Are you talking
like,
about the masked
those
man?
sword knives things.
You're talking about the masked man, huh? Well, maybe there's other ways to avoid things than just saving throws and AC.
I did
I mean, that is how we did it.
like,
What? You avoided it?
What?
Oh my god! So you found a way to avoid it?
We shot down the knives.
I know, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
There are
I'm
other
just
ways
saying
as
that perhaps that was
well.
the intended solution.
That's not the intended solution, but it's one of them. Of multiples.
I wanted to suggest catching the knives, but that was impossible.
Yeah, you don't have a monk.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say only a monk with arrow catching would be able to do that.
And then there's deflecting, like attacking it with a melee attack, but that wasn't possible either.
No,
He
I would
didn't
have
say
allowed
that
you to
wasn't
do that.
possible.
It would just be the same rules. You gotta, you know, ready your action to attempt to attack it out of the air, and it would be the same AC as shooting it. Now, technically, I should probably make the shooting a little harder than
Sad
making
part
it the exact same. But anyway,
The things that I tried to stop it, and those knives, they actually went through. The
Well-
one time that it didn't would have been to help other people or have them help themselves.
What
So I'm
did it-
kind of complaining for other people.
what did it go through?
No one else ever tried anything, you're right. Because the shooting down the thing was actually my suggestion, and you said it worked.
Alright. So, I'm guessing that unless anyone else has anything to do, I'm just going to skip ahead and Dominicus, Natus, and Vitari, and all of your NPCs, which don't seem to appear to need one, get a short rest. Prisma actually got up there pretty quick because of the talking to the masked man and getting her up there, so I would even say that she got a short rest as well.
You regain 2 hit dice when you rest?
You can regain as many as you have.
Oh.
I think you changed it to only 1 or something.
Oh. Oh. Whoops a daisy. I nerfed hit dice. And I never even noticed.
But yeah. So, the hour ends. Prisma, Cornelius, and Sigismund.
The spy.
You see, as the princess finishes her spell. Also, if anyone would like to attempt to Arcana to see what that spell is, I would allow that.
As a matter of fact, I was about to ask. Because you know me, I love a good spell.
Spelling bee. Attack mode, meta bee.
It's just a little bit beyond your scope, it seems. This is high magic. But you'd also know that this shouldn't technically be possible anyway. Because since the fall of Chernobog 2,000 years ago, and although you haven't been here all that time, you have learned a couple of things about the history of this plane. Magic to bring people back from the dead has been basically eradicated. It's like even the people who knew how to do it were unable to after the fall of Chernobog. So from your knowledge, her being able to do what they are suggesting is not supposed to be happening.
Oh my god, she's the final villain.
I was going to suggest that perhaps there were contingencies laid in place when he was interred to assist with resurrection. But yeah, sure, let's jump to the other conclusion first.
But yes, you cannot quite identify the spell. It seems a little bit too advanced. But the spell finishes after the hour. Man, this timeline's weird. What's magic?
I know, right? Weird stuff. People and weird stuff.
And you can see as the dried remains, the chest begins to rise and fall, and you hear a and it begins to rise up, and its form changes, begins to plumpen and rehydrate. And he takes...
I'm thinking of taking this spell on my other character. Sorry.
The spell that she's using?
The plumpin' spell?
Sorry, I've had my mouth full of food the whole time. I've just unmuted to say that. Sorry, Wheat.
It's okay. But he raises up in his coffin.
Alright guys, let's seal that coffin and put a bunch of oil flasks around it.
And his body looks humanoid. But from the while he is resurrecting, you can't quite tell what race he is. But as he is reconstituting and resurrecting, Prisma, Cornelius, and Sigismund, you can see as his body changes. It seems to warp as he grabs at his skin and begins to pull it.
That's not a good sign.
He screams out in pain as his body morphs, with his rib cage on the outside of his skin.
The Return of Dracula.
His muscles are exposed, and tendons seem to sprout from his shoulders to his head and fill in with muscles as his skull elongates and splits from his face.
Anyone got chill touch?
Sadly, nobody in this room has chill touch.
He looks vaguely deer-like in the skull now.
Would it be reasonable to assume that this guy used to host the fallen Chernobog inside his body as part of a sort of sealing system?
You could assume that.
I mean, doesn't mean it's right, but I can certainly assume it, right?
Yeah, you can certainly assume it.
I will assume that.
But he turns to look at the woman with the mask and the woman who resurrected him, who is... I'm going to turn her around and backing away slightly. The woman with the mask tries to hold her ground, but she is visibly unnerved by this situation.
Yeah, I figured this wasn't the plan for them either.
Courage candy, anyone?
He lets out a rasp of a voice, wheezing every now and then, as though his breaths are unfamiliar to him now. Why am I here? The masked woman pipes up, says, "My employer wishes to speak with you on your grand designs." A faithful one of my flock, I assume. I shall allow you to take me to this employer. We will go quickly. I feel weary. The masked woman just nods her head in agreement. Turns to the princess and says, "We apologize for the inconvenience we have put you through. We needed your talents, and you are now free to go with these people. They were sent to rescue you, and they will bring you back to the capital and to your father." The masked woman walks slowly to Prisma and Cornelius. Yes, she wanted to walk between you two.
Cornelius, of course, politely moving to the side.
And my robot does not span the entire stairway. So
She
it doesn't really...
looks towards Prisma and says, "Thank you once again for the candy and the conversation."
I'm sorry, what was that?
She's thanking you for the candy and the conversation as she's leaving with Priest Doscal.
Anytime.
The misshapen creature before you waves his hand and shadows envelop him, creating robes. And he kind of glides more than walks along the floor. And he walks past, well, not walks, as I said, glides past Prisma and Cornelius. Looking at each of you as he does.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a mental note to stay out of this guy's way. He looks like a vampire lord. He might be looking to drink someone.
Christmas just kind of shrinks under his gaze, like.
Is Natus allowed to be tremendous with his non-hooves?
Nothing changed except for the fact that he has hands for feet.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I'm,
probably not a good
It's
idea to
freaking
attack
him out, though. It's freaking him
Yeah.
out like crazy.
I'm kind
Would
of
he have
assuming that
disadvantage, though?
if I got off the square, I would probably go back to normal, but you're going to have some time getting me off that square. I'm not moving. I just keep looking at you. Like, you have to fix this. You have to fix it now.
Like,
Well-
Yeah, take out an apple.
Oh God, my hands!
I'll roll for it, but yeah, like, I'm playing my dog when it's raining, and there's just no way of getting him out the door.
I don't have a token for the other dude ready up, but the masked woman and the misshapen creature known as Priest Doscal walk out from the area, and you do not see Prisma or Cornelius or the princess or Sigismund
We've
coming
been
with them.
sacrificed to the Blood Lord.
Alright, yeah. Well, as soon as I'd see him, I was like, "Are friends okay?"
Vitari, you can feel your spear vibrating.
He's gonna come and eat the
It's
spear
kind
and
of
apple.
pointing back and forth from Okrith down the hallway. The masked man pulls the lever, turning off the hallways. I can't actually pull the lever, but turning off the hallway's trap system. And yes, immediately, the moment that the traps are turned off, your hands are still there because it technically lasts a minute after getting off of the thing. But anyway, the masked man and woman and the shadowy cloaked creature walk through the hallway and just kind of look at everyone as everyone backs toward the wall to let them through.
Yeah.
Except Vitari. Vitari's like, no, you shut up.
Just a note, Tanner, you don't have any apples on you. They're all in the cart.
Alright,
Okay.
whatever.
This is gonna attack the big shadowy figure.
But yes, at the moment, they are just walking past you,
Yeah, well, man, I'm just letting them.
and the masked woman says, "Your comrades are upstairs with the princess. You can find them in there."
Alive?
Yes.
Alive?
That's a very fair question to ask. Don't laugh at that.
No, I'm laughing because it's so fair.
I thought that was implied, but yes.
I just don't want to make sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not too keen on lugging corpses around.
Yeah.
And then they
I mean, they're alive.
walk
Or-
past, and you see them disappear around the corner.
So how are they gonna get through that falling rocks thing?
Well, 1 second.
Guess
Vitari,
they'll just go
you,
through the hole.
you can feel
Yeah.
as your spear, shaking, is pointing towards this shadowy cloaked figure.
That's
And
right.
it begins to lessen as he disappears down the hallway.
Well, at least I have a. At least I can tell if this guy's ever close to me.
Now the real question is, why would he not seem to show any interest in the spear or Aqua?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he, or did he just pass by like he didn't care?
He looked at you. You could definitely see or feel examination on your skin, kind of sending chills down your spine, but he seemed to give you no mind.
Okay.
Hmm.
Then, since I regain my composure, I could go head up with the rest there to see if they're all right. Them and the princess.
Out of character, let's loot this place.
Whatever we can, I guess.
Bet.
All right, well, worried about your comrades, first off, since that was what was said. I gotta get rid of her.
Are
You.
there any remains inside that coffin, or is it perfectly clean?
It's not clean. It seems to be a couple of skin flakes, a couple of molded scraps of cloth, but not much else.
Does it look like those are special in any way, shape, or form? Or will they need to actually roll an Arcana for that?
I'm going to just tell you that they do not look special at all.
Even magically speaking?
Even magically speaking. However, given a little finger swipe, you know, the way a mother-in-law would check her daughter's cleaning,
Mm-hmm.
you seem to find a little bit of, seems to be black mold.
Does it make my finger sizzle?
No, it does not.
So it's inert, or not the same as what would be for Akroth?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be active at the moment.
Probably dried out and died when it was on him.
Is this an actual dragon?
No, it's just a statue.
Okay, so these statues are then irrelevant.
Is this actual gold?
You wouldn't know.
I
You
know,
are
I'm just
Rhino.
playing. I know. I'm just playing.
But is it actual gold? Because I would know.
I mean, even if it's actual gold, I don't know that we should be looting this place. That seems kind of...
I mean, you can
That doesn't really stop the question here.
you can give me an well, your passive investigation is probably good enough anyway. Seems to be gold plated, but it doesn't seem like it's real gold at the same time. It seems to be just like really shiny copper. Like they did something to the coloring, but you can tell that it is actually copper whenever you like start picking at it.
These two?
Yeah, those.
Okay. Is there anything else that catches my attention around here? Because as far as the map goes, that's everything that could catch my attention as a player.
There is a stained glass window, which of course doesn't show this on the map, but
So
it depicts a man in priestly robes tearing at his face.
So this healing priest guy used to be a good guy, but then he got infected by the rots and he turned super evil, or probably like Chernobog's follower or something, or Chernobog himself. And then he died, and this is where he was buried, and then he got scattered like the Dragon Balls. That's just a guess. And also, does this hole mean anything to me, or is it just set dressing?
Set dressing.
Okay.
I would say that it's more likely that he is one of the people who was present at Chernobog's defeat, and when Chernobog was dismembered, he probably took one of the pieces into himself, similar to how Vitari can absorb a spear, as part of some ritual to prevent Chernobog's resurrection.
Well, either way, Prisma will do what everybody else is not, and will fly to the princess and be like, "Princess, are you okay? Did they hurt you at all?"
Can I have 1 second real quick?
I never talk, therefore, of course, I wouldn't have done.
Can I have
Like-
1 second real quick?
Oh,
Yes.
to speak. I thought you were like preparing something.
No, I actually wasn't finished with the window.
Oh.
It's
So
okay.
yeah, it's Whitney.
Trying not to stutter. It's making me speak slowly. The priest who is, or the man in priestly robes, I should say, who is tearing at his face, is actually smiling in the picture. It's seems like he is possibly relishing in the pain, and at his feet are hands reaching up to him in reverence. There we go. All right.
Interesting.
And now that I think about it, no, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. To both of you, I accused Whitney. My bad. I was wrong.
All right. Continue now.
I asked the princess if she's okay. Did they hurt you?
They were a little bit rough whenever they had to carry me through danger, but other than that, no, they were perfectly polite and very gentle.
Odd.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're okay. Everybody's been really worried about you.
Yeah, I'll come up and say, do you need any healing? Anything like that?
Oh no, they didn't even bind me.
Ah,
Don't even have rope
Nice,
burns.
The real question is, why did she do it? What were they threatening? But, of course, I won't ask that.
I think most importantly, we just start getting you back home.
Well, all right. I would like to get back to the castle. Perhaps sightsee a little bit more than I could on this journey. She
Whoa,
smiles
we're-
sheepishly.
Do you want to see a monkey with swords?
We're,
Well,
we're
we'll
a
see what we
rescue
see along
party,
the way,
not
but
a-
probably should get you back
Sword.
as quick as we can.
I mean, I'm just saying we could take the long way back.
I think she just means, getting to see anything on the way.
Yeah.
She's probably been cooped up in her house or castle or whatever all the time.
Like maybe get to rest in an inn. Maybe eat some commoner food.
What about
know?
this? Is this just shadows? Or
That
is
is
it
just shadows, yes.
okay.
The shadows that come automatically with RPG Maker.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all she means by that. Is like maybe get to, look at some of the flowers as you pass by. instead of being in a hurry.
You kidding me?
I
We have
think-
hunts to do.
I think right now we can relax and take our time getting back.
And if she doesn't pay our bills, then who is? Huh?
Well, she has absolutely nothing on her except for the clothes on her back.
Exactly.
But I just hold out my arm like for her to hold on to and walk with us.
Aww. She's not
Uh,
a lesbian.
Well, you might think that because of her high standing and pristine outfit that she would balk at you attempting to help her, as you are a little bit dirty from the situations you've been going through. But she takes your hand immediately.
I apologize for how I look. Not a easy trek for us.
Yeah, it was a pixie, a woman, a robot toy, and a clown that came to save her.
Oh, no. Please do not worry about that. I must look a fright as well. It's been days since I've gotten to bathe.
You have one speck of dirt on your cheek. It's not that bad.
And she has...
Clearly not compared to Cornelius, covered in paint.
Yeah, she has not a speck of dirt on her anywhere. And if anything, she smells of lavender.
Yes, well, I'm sure
Pompous.
somebody, now that this town is free of its rat infestation, I think people might be willing to help us out a bit in taking care of that.
I've just thought of the blooming bloomers on Nedis's horn. Like, no one ever said they took them off, so...
So they're just there.
It's fine. Bloomers on your horn. That just means you're...
I mean, technically everyone is up here. I just didn't move everyone, so they can all talk
Oh.
as much as they want.
Well, I will move if my hands return to hooves.
Oh, yes.
Um,
After a minute, your hands return to hooves.
And since Dominica's stayed with me the whole time, I'll think he's done it and, like, hug him like a cat would hug somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Plus bone crushing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's gonna take 1d4 crushing damage from that.
Oh, he's used to it.
What do you mean 1d4? It's like his constitution in d4s.
Nah, he is used to it. He's able to just deal with it.
Really guide her out of here.
Oh god
That-
damn it, you're back.
Tunnel clear. They
Oh, you
take
want to
a
skip
little
down to the first
makeshift
floor?
ramp.
Nobody else wants to say nothing?
I mean, say if people are just people probably looting on the way.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's go to the second floor, and you can loot. Point with your clicker where you want to loot, and let me know
They
that
don't
you're
have-
looting.
They don't happen to have arrows my size, do they?
They do not have arrows your size.
God damn it!
That is actually very easily understood. But if you give me an investigation check on that, on this right here,
What?
I mean, given it's the training room, I imagine everything here is blunted and or padded.
Give an investigation on the plus.
well, on this that you pinged.
Ah. Sorry.
Okay.
There. Well,
The
no.
the bows and arrows in this specific stack are all rotted away and unusable. Anybody else?
I mean, small chance of anything of value, but Cornelius is going to take a look at these crates.
All right. Give me an investigation. I would say this is just one crate, by the way, since there's 5 crates there.
Ah, yes.
Give you, I'll be a little, kind here. But
In that case,
this
I roll 4 more.
this first one, you're not finding much of anything. It seems like it's just, as you said before, equipment that is blunted, but it seems it's been put away for a really long time.
Ooh, that one's not bad.
All right. All right, you actually find in this one, seems like there's a little stash of money that someone was trying to hide from possibly the others. Maybe the priest was being stolen from. And you actually find...
They're embezzling.
You find 50 gold
Very nice.
in a corner.
Spicy.
So this Scottish flag shield really speaks to me.
Sweet.
But I'm a rhino.
This shield up here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can
Yeah, 'cause-
do an investigation on that if you wish.
It does look like St. Andrew's Cross.
So it's just so everyone knows that the helmet that Nadas wears is actually a shield. You know, like I'm a barbarian with no armor, but Wheat allowed me to have a helmet shield.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna sniff this shield.
Give me that investigation. That door is closed, but I see you wanting it revealed. And at the end of the hallway, you see a rather not so nice looking, nice as in kind looking statue.
Ooh, hello. That looks significant.
So the robot just starts trying to reach up to the pixie to like grab her.
Natus.
Hey!
The shield on the wall does not seem to be as good as yours. It seems like it would probably break really easily on your face.
Okay.
So does she try to resist, or do we just proceed on?
Tremendous.
Whitney?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt him talking to Natus, so
Yes,
what do you want?
he did do his investigation check before you came in here to get her. So
What? What do you want?
And then just, damn it, he's asking questions. Just after the
Wow.
fact.
all right, while you're typing that out, somebody else can look somewhere else if they want.
Tanner, you're here. Do you want to investigate anything?
So here's the thing. It's really hot, and I dozed off for a few minutes because I'm on my couch. So I would like to investigate something. What do you want me to investigate?
I don't know, like a sword. I don't know if you're going to find anything good here at all, but I would hate
I
to
mean-
think that we missed something.
There's armor.
Best odds are on the armor rack. Some of them might not be decorative.
I want to investigate.
Armor?
Yeah, let's go.
They might not all be the same.
Do we have an advantage because we're doing it together?
I wasn't going to.
We're flanking it as well.
We're flanking the armor. Let's investigate harder. Investigate the fuck out of that armor.
The
Okay, so
Go ahead.
it starts to yell at kind of yell at the pixie. The time of reckoning has arrived. The pathways to destiny are strewn with half walls and half spaces. Robot overlords are not creative in the size of the followers of Diabetes.
I rode back to Kichi.
One more time?
Me?
No, her.
No, not you.
Okay. Because that elicits fear in me when you say repeat stuff.
That's a common.
So is this a roll inside to see if you understood?
Yeah, that's what you have to do. It's an insight.
I get.
And to, yes, roll insight to understand him versus his persuasion.
I'm trying.
But to answer you about your armor situation, it seems to be rather old. It seems that it's had a lot of wear, but it does seem salvageable if you were to take it to a blacksmith. And it is a set of plate mail.
Is that heavy armor?
It is.
Yeah.
I could use that.
I could use that.
It would need a little bit of refurbishing, a little bit of repair at a
Be cheaper than
blacksmith.
getting a full plate.
But yes, it would definitely be cheaper than buying it.
Would it be better than my current armor?
What is your current armor?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure your
Might
current
take a
armor is
second to sell
scale.
Flint.
Splint? It would up your AC by 1.
Now that's Vitari that has scale mail.
Yeah, I'm the scale mail guy.
Well, how much would it up
Would you
Cornelius?
fucking low?
Cornelius, what are you wearing?
I wear chainmail, so I would guess probably by 3 AC.
It would be 2, because you'd go up from 16 to 18.
When,
I didn't know chainmail was so good. Oh, right, because it's chainmail, not chain shirt. So chain shirt and chainmail are two different things. I get them confused sometimes.
Is there a great sword in the room?
my character sheet is not loading. Could you please roll my insight for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My internet's being shit right now.
Boop.
We only checked one of the armor sets as well. There's another 3 there.
All right, you understand him.
Okay, there you go.
Ah, you want me to follow you? Okay.
But yes,
Guys, where are we going?
would anybody else like to investigate anything while they're going over there?
Well, Cornelius is going to search another one of these boxes because he's still got 2 left, or 3 left. So
Are there swords in there?
Princess a slow
could very well be.
Yeah, there's some that are like stored like vertically, and there's some that are stored horizontally.
I want to study some swords.
All right. Well, nothing
Oh my
seems to be
God.
on this rack that is worth trying to salvage. Rusted
Natus is
beyond
helping.
saving.
Natus is helping.
Still rusted beyond saving.
Fair enough.
I didn't give you the help on the other one, and you got
All right.
and you
I see.
got the ability to. You got a messed up but savable plate mail. Yes, you're unable to lock that or pick that lock with your makeshift tools. Seems that if you had some real ones, they'd be a little bit better, but not this lock.
Well, investigating the statue's not going to do me any good.
I mean, it's pretty. It's cool looking. It kind of ekes you a little bit in the chest.
Does it look like a half orc
It does not look like a half orc. The
with a tinfoil hat?
statue actually, and that leads to nothing. Seems like the hallway used to contain more, but there's a bunch of scratch marks on the floor that seems like things were dragged. Like really heavy things were dragged. As well as a couple of
Nothing in there.
dried red splotches on the floor.
Seems pretty normal to me.
Alright, but more investigation checks, I assume?
I think Denichi wants to do another chest, another crate.
Yes, I do.
Just a bunch of lint. Dirty magazine with all of the pages stuck together.
Yeah, he's not touching that.
And Dominicus will do another one of these sword
Ew.
stands.
Yes.
Oh no, but he knows what a book with pages stuck together usually indicates.
About to say, you know,
He
they
does?
do have lewd novels where he comes from, probably.
They most certainly do. In medieval times, was famous for a lot of
Yeah.
tastefully nude scroll work and marginalia.
You find a sword, much like the plate mail you found before, that is salvageable, but not usable at the moment.
What kind of sword?
One second. You found a rapier. Anything else?
They were just going to check everything.
Yeah, I kind of assumed. I'm just trying to goad you into going.
I don't want a rapier.
I mean, we could sell
Sell
it
it.
at least.
Yeah.
You know,
We can do that.
we've got a contact blacksmith now. So,
Yeah.
what's his name? Ingot.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Ingot and his
I'm
son
particularly
Or.
fond of the horn in the butt.
Yeah, that one's also nothing salvageable in there. It's all rusted and grimy. Alright, roll it. I see you waiting there.
Yeah, I'm kind of not wanting to take up everyone's time. Like, I'm sure Denichi's got 2 more boxes to check
Yes,
as well.
I do in fact have 2 more boxes I want to check.
That just means go faster.
Okay. Look at this. I can go mega fast there.
That one has already been searched.
Yeah, quick search them before anyone else tries.
You found another set that can be refurbished. Seems to be another plate armor set.
Nice.
Lucky you.
Very nice.
Yeah, but does he know that? Would anyone know that you are good at investigating things?
Would I know?
I don't think anyone would know that Sigismund is good at investigating things.
Oh yeah, no one would know that.
Oh, he has a good eye, but could ask him.
Not unless Sigismund came over and started finding things.
He has a good
Oh.
yapper too.
There's this down here, Shadow.
By the way, what would you say is the attribute required to play a musical instrument?
Charisma.
Okay, just checking.
It
Ignore that. That's a misclick.
would be based off of performance. So, performance is a charisma skill.
Yes, I had thought as much, but I didn't know 100% certain. So I never did I never finished the entry for his choice of musical instrument.
And you are actually able to find a scroll in that box. It seems that amongst all of the moldy papers, there is a single savable scroll. Smudged, slightly torn on the edges, but still usable.
Now we'd probably want to run an Arcana on that scroll to see what it actually is first, or an investigation. Investigation would probably work too. Since for all we know, it's a scroll of hypnotic pattern.
Okay, I'm done chewing. He unfurls the scroll and stares at it.
Well, you read a little bit of it, and you learn that this spell scroll has the ability to conjure forth an orb of elemental power.
What does that do?
It's chromatic orb.
Oh. Okay. A chromatic orb scroll.
Yep. Rolled it, and that's what you got.
So there's 2 more crates, I believe, and these bows here. And look at Vitari just flirting with a princess out there, not caring what we're looting.
He's being kind.
I mean, I'm salvaging stuff for the party, so
Just introducing her to
Darn.
our NPCs.
Is that
over
for the
years, I guess
bows?
is- we have them
Yes.
away.
Do I have to do two because there's two spots of it, or just one for both?
Well,
well,
Prisma
Prisma
already did
searched
the
one.
the bottom one.
Ah,
And they were all rotted.
so I'm looking at it.
Uh,
There.
you actually find a number of arrows and bolts that could be usable.
I mean, by anyone but Prisma. Ooh, but those bolts will come in handy for me.
Yes, you find 19 mixed and match. So I would say half it of bolts and arrows. And the arrows are actually in good enough shape that they would technically be easily shortened to be used by Prisma, but it still would take a little bit of time for each. Definitely a shorter amount of time than
Making them from scratch.
making them from scratch from the log that she got.
So, it kind of just deposit those in his compartment. So anyone who saw that should commentate for him and just give it. Huh?
Actually, I was gonna say that Cornelius is going to specifically ask for those bolts. He's like, "Hey, can I have those?"
He kind of just looks at you. And now I have to type that up because you asked a question.
Alright, well, while you're doing that, we can look in these other crates.
Yeah, let me roll those for you so that you can go through that as I type. 1 and 2.
Ooh, that one's nice.
Alright, well, the first one doesn't really net you anything very useful. But the second one, you actually find hidden in another little compartment, kind of like the gold before, a runestone.
Yay.
Very nice.
Now, before that goes into Sigismund's inventory, I'm going to run Arcana to investigate what kind of runestone it is.
Alright, roll it. You can't glean a super amount, but you can tell that it does look like a kind of like a pillow.
Oh my god, it's Featherfall.
It makes you feel soft.
Huh. I mean, we can take it to a professional rune crafter, and they would probably be able to tell what it is.
Or if anybody
it
just
lifts
knows
its arm.
identify.
Lifts its arms and the hatches of smoke once again pop out. Robot overlords of the past need not a projectile of inferior materials. And with
Awesome.
that, its hatch just pops open and you can just see the arrows and the bolts. You can take them out as you want.
Yes, Cornelius will offer his thanks and take those bolts. Now, it was half 19, you said.
Yes.
Half 19? What?
See, it's 19 of mixed crossbow bolts and arrows, which means that half of those would be, in this case, arrows, and
Yeah.
half would be crossbow bolts.
We'll say
19
that 10 of them are crossbow bolts and 9 are arrows.
Ah, okay. So you got 10 bolts, and yeah, you just see the arrows, and you kind of get the feeling he's not gonna just offer them up to Prisma.
Yes, I shall also take the arrows.
So,
I'll probably need to shorten those myself. Luckily, I have proficiency with smith tools.
so then the rune kind of just falls right on into the slot of his inventory chest compartment, and it just closes. Then is kind of just looking around. And now that the princess is safe, well, I mean, still gotta bring her back, but yeah, okay, fine.
Check the
Not
spears.
yet.
Check the spears.
What spears? Yo, those spears next to the box? Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to move the token around for it, so I'm just gonna roll twice, and is that okay now with your week?
Yeah. All right. Well, you actually find a good usable halberd in one of them,
It's kind of just looking at it.
and the other one, you see a decorated spear. It's seems like it's just for decoration, but there's this decoration on the side of it that's a little strange.
Well, it knocks both the spears over onto the ground, and Herm, those spears are longer than it. It can't store them. But at least now those spears are visible to anyone who wants to pick them up.
But yeah, you the decoration on the side of it looks kind of like a lantern with sparkles on the side.
Ooh, what color's the lantern?
Seems to be blue.
The Blue Lantern Corps!
I was about to say, so it's hopeful is what I'm hearing. Cornelius will, in fact, take these spears.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
one
many you said?
halberd and one spear.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Cornelius, you looking at that kind of reminds you of the way that Natus's shield changed after he put the grapple rune on it.
Oh, I see. So the lantern is a rune, and it's on the spear, you say?
Yes, it is.
Good find. Yeah, we should have got you to investigate the whole room.
He then looks up at the shield.
Shield's already been
Is that-
investigated.
Oh.
It's a decorative shield that would just, like, take no blows.
Basically, it's made of brass. Shiny, but not very strong.
But yeah, you've gotten the whole room now. And I hope everybody wrote these down.
The only thing I have on me is the soft rune. Everything else. Oh, and the scroll of chromatic orb. And I wrote that down.
We've got the rapier and the 2-plate mail.
I've got the arrows, the bolts, the halberd, and the spear, and the gold.
Nice.
How
All
much
right.
does a rune weigh?
Nil.
Okay.
So Natus gets a whiff of a very tasty scent and stealthily goes and tries to, like, chew on the dress.
Oh, she smells of lavender. She smells like a vegetable.
Technically, lavender's a herb, but yes.
Well,
Yeah, well, everything that grows as a plant is a vegetable.
she does not have very good perception. So you're able to kind of sneak a nibble. Other people might be able to see you, but
Oh, he went above my passive.
I think she would kind of feel it tugging a little bit
Yeah.
at a certain
don't-
point.
I don't want to eat the whole thing, but he knows it's bad, but he's doing it anyway, and yeah.
Oh no.
Just eat more,
well-
rip the dress off.
Whenever it starts kind of like getting pulled into your mouth and pulling against her a little bit, she turns around and notices you. And she looks at you and says, "Oh, you must be one of my rescuers. You did a very good job. Thank you."
Like wagging his bum because he can't wag his tail. Like, good boy, natives.
Windshield wiper movements on his butthole. Got it.
And she kind of gives you a pat on the side of the nose.
Got you plenty of apples on the wagon, bud.
Doesn't seem to even care that you were chewing on her dress.
Yeah, that's really cute.
You were one of her rescuers.
And he didn't even get scolded from Dominicus.
Wait. What were the rules on the runes? Is it a limit of runes on an item?
3.
Wait. I remember that part was based on size. That turns them into what would equate to a magic item in D&D. So therefore, just because they have the rune thing does not exactly mean that I can attune more than 3 magic items without being an artificer, right?
They become attuned items.
Okay, so it still translates a 1-to-1 ratio,
Yeah.
Just okay.
And the reason that I'm okay with them, even if you get a kind of weak rune, they still ignore resistance and immunity to non-magical damage, And
Wait,
you
so
can
then
put up to 3 on there and customize it, so...
Considering what you said about the dog rune, then and any rune that can then do it, then that means that when I wield this hammer, I ignore. It's a magical weapon.
I thought you put it on your body.
Yeah, you said that when I wield something, it transfers onto that wielded thing.
No, if you put it on a weapon, it becomes a magic weapon.
Ah.
So if
However,
you were to
theoretically-
punch with your
Alright, so
little
that's-
puppet
that's
fist,
sure someone.
you would ignore non-magical resistance.
Yeah. I'm gonna slap the shit out of someone. They're gonna feel the magic. I need to take a point in monk.
But yeah, anything else? Other than that, you're just able to leave whenever you want.
Yeah.
Well, Cornelius is going to scoop up Sigismund again and rejoin the rest of the party.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We haven't investigated the statue, have we?
I wasn't able to get in there, but Prisma investigated. I don't remember what we said about it.
She didn't do very good.
It made
I
her
remember.
feel icky, but it's kind of cool looking. But, aesthetically it's kind of cool looking, but it made her feel icky.
Should we break in there and investigate it with more eyes?
I mean, good chance Nate's can break down the door.
Easy peasy.
It's time to be tremendous.
If you guys want in there, you can try again.
Yeah, I'll try and break it down, but saying tremendous to me doesn't do anything.
Well, that was tremendously mean of you.
But yeah, I would expect someone to lead me over here. It's like you did with Prisma.
Sieg doesn't think about destruction unless it's a solution. Which, now that I think about it, yeah, this would be a solution. But
When
yeah,
you
he
did-
got Prisma to go through, so therefore, investigating in there was done. Just, not by him.
Well, I'll need you to make an attack roll as you're trying to get in there.
So I picture it as Sieg was just take like my harness or reins or whatever you would call them, and I'd just go with him, and I'd be like budging him and stuff, you know, like
You realize
nudging him with my head.
if Navis was to even catch the attention of literally anything else and nudge in a different direction, he'd probably just topple Sieg over in a direction. You
Uh,
know, Sieg
a-
weighs nothing compared to him.
A gore attack.
Yeah, I mean, you can change it to like bludgeoning or something if you're wanting to.
Oh, Sieg would have
Yeah,
gone
you
with
kind
him.
of bounce off of it.
Sieg would have gone with him, and you know, it could be implied that it's trying to help. Maybe a spank in the butt for encouragement.
Like, yeah, when he fails, he just sits down with his like paws in front of him, with his hooves in front of him, and then he gets up, shakes his head, and then goes back and then does a charge attack.
All right.
My God.
Yeah, you are. It seems to be very sturdy.
Does not dissuade him.
Just
It
need to
just
go
lifts
farther
its
back.
It lifts its arm with a few beeps, and then it's like, tremendous, tremendous, tremendous.
But I'm not spending my last rage point since it won't even help. But
What the? How am I not giving him help?
Even if you were to give him help on that one, it wouldn't beat the AC.
Oh.
Yeah, these are
Yeah.
iron bars.
so failing that, he's gonna do a different approach and like put his horn through the rails, and then try and pull it off.
All right, the same rules though.
Same roll.
Yeah, same rules. You gotta make an attack roll to try to break it down. All right, that makes it, and you can do your damage now.
It was a pole gate, of course.
Not raging.
No.
It starts to bend a little bit, but it's not. It's not perfectly broken off to get anybody in there.
I fire off a time wave. That's actual help.
The time wave clanks against it, and I need you to make damage.
Whew. Max roll.
All right, the bars kind of dent in, like separate a little bit more, but seems that there's a little bit more before.
Is it annoying if I just spam this? Because I am taking this door out of this building with me.
I mean, it's kind of all you can do at the moment.
There.
All right, finally.
Natural
I'm keeping the critical. I'm not banking it.
All right. Well, you
Damage.
rear up after you're flailing around. I kind of picture you got your horn caught in the bars a little bit and couldn't get it out and kind of panicked a little bit, and that's why you had all those failures really fast. But you just rip it down and throw it to the floor.
No, I keep it on and prance it as a trophy.
All right, then. You prance it as a trophy. Like, look at my new shield.
He kind of just watches him take the door with him. And he is completely blank to that. And, oh, what? You said 11, though.
I said 10.
Oh, right.
Well, Lynette, before you go, I would like to award you with inspiration for next week for your role playing.
She'll never remember.
I will.
We will remember, and it's on the archive.
I never
Well-
remember.
I'll put it on my character sheet right now. There we go. I have the little inspiration thing filled in, so thank you.
Yeah, there's like a checkbox so that you can Be like, yeah.
Remember that thing you said about never being able to go under your passive perception? Does that work for investigation too?
I would say so.
Okay, good, because my passive investigation has a bonus of +5, which would make it an 8.
Alright, well, bye, guys. See you later.
Bye,
This was
Lynette.
fun.
Well, your
Well
passive
played.
perception would be the same formula as your passive, or your passive investigation would be the same formula as your perception, just with intelligence instead of.
Oh.
So it'd be
Okay,
10
so-
plus something.
Okay, so it would be 10 plus 8, an 18.
Okay. So you're proficient in investigation too?
Yes.
Okay. Then yes, you got an 18. And what you see before you seems to be a depiction of a god. You'd need to do a religion to figure out what god it is, but the overall theme of the sculpture seems to be pain.
Hmm.
And you can also see that there are red spatters at the foot of this statue, and spatters on the thorned scepter that the statue is holding out before you.
Hmm. Wow. 14?
You can't quite recall the name
Damn.
of this god, but you can remember knowing a little bit that its thorned scepter he would hold out to his followers so that they may, quote unquote, kiss the scepter,
He,
letting
grabs
blood
the-
spill from their lips.
He grabs the scepter and tries to pry it off.
It is just stone.
So it basically does nothing.
Yeah, it's just
Maybe
a
if
part
you
of
were
the
to-
statue.
Bleed on it, it might do something.
Well, once it's done trying, it kind of just lets go and falls on its back, and then just, does a pull up, back up, and then just stands up again. Beep, beep, beep. Comes back over here, and then just plops on its butt again.
All right. Well, I assume you guys are leaving now?
Define leaving.
Leaving
To
the
next
tower.
floor at the very least.
Okay. Then I'd say yes. But I don't know about that.
All right, well, as you, I assume, take the stairs instead of the hole. But I don't.
Yeah, we gotta see how they left.
Well, yeah, if the hallway's been emptied, no reason for the hole. We can.
Well,
Because I want to know how they left.
if you take the stairs. No, reveal. Reveal! You'd be.
It did that darkening thing that just does as a default for some stupid
In
reason,
here.
even though the eye symbol's an eye symbol.
Yeah. But you'd be in here, coming down, and you'd see that the rubble from the explosion in the hallway seems to have been melted away.
Melted.
Yeah.
I'm guessing our priest friend with the horns did that.
Maybe I should give him horns. I didn't say that he had horns, but the horns might be kind of cool.
You said he had deer horns.
No, I just said that his
Deer
skull
head.
resembled a deer.
I pictured horns
Yeah.
too, though.
All right, he can have
When
horns.
you said that. Yeah.
Yeah, he can be horny too. Everyone can be horny.
He can have horns
Oh,
if
Pretty
that makes
much
him
just
cooler.
him and Natus.
Yeah,
you not-
that's everyone.
Do you not think that statue was important to like draw your own blood on it or something? Like, I know I can't say that.
Yes, but do you think I can bleed?
No, but
Yeah, and nobody else knows about it, so
yeah, but
And since no one asked.
okay.
if
Next.
I had Cornelius go with him, it would have been a different story. But
Okay, fair enough. Nidus
Yes.
comes down the stairs last with just this metal grinding on stone. 'Cause it's kind of like too big for him to lift up, so he's just dragging it.
Yeah.
Yes, the entire hallway has been carved out, and this black tar-like substance doesn't even really resemble mold like you have seen in other instances. Is left in its place. Looks more like, as I said before, tar.
I mean, smart money's on it being inert. But if we were being really cautious, we could probably lay the door that Natus has taken as a trophy over it and use that as a bridge.
It is
Dominicus
also
will-
smoking, by the way.
Okay. If
Uh,
I put in a hand up close, we could tell like if it's still really hot. Feel like it'll hurt us.
it would probably hurt you if you were to touch it, but there is a clear path between everything. Seems that it all kind of splattered outwards and away from the path, if that makes sense.
Alright, so we're fine. We can just
Like
walk
perhaps the ground and the walls of that hallway and the rubble were turned into that stuff and splattered away.
Alright, then I'll guide the princess through.
Guide the princess through and out of the tower, and you're back in Torin. Rat-free Torin.
Alright, free.
We should probably check on the locals, make sure nobody else has gotten eaten.
Are people walking around?
Yeah, everybody
At
seems to
all?
kind of be like looking around like, what is happening? Is everything okay? You know, like
Yeah. I'll
like
tell them
coming
to
out of
leave.
their houses a little bit and checking around. Nothing seems to be happening. Everything seems to be cool. Street lights are shining.
Just tell anybody near. I think we've scared away the rat man.
People are coming out. The house that the rat man was on, or I should say the building, the bottom of it has been eaten away by a good, like, 4 feet.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the door is much shorter, but everybody seems to be out of it now, and
An Akros sword was planted here too.
oh, he got that a
Didn't
long
delete
time
it.
ago.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
had that already.
I didn't know how to delete it.
And
Oh, thank you.
also, how tall is
What
this
else I know about
tower?
that? It's only the 3 floors.
So this is just a tall house.
Okay.
Okay.
Minicus will now take the door off Nadus with telling me how he's a good boy,
Yeah,
and I won't
there's
resist.
our cards.
I just wanted to roll.
I won't resist being told I'm a good boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, or probably ask somebody. I know, everyone's kind of getting clear of all this. Let making chile in my house. So I can breathe it in.
Oh man, wait,
That's gonna blow your head off.
are they making the thingy?
They're not making that, just regular salsa.
Oh,
You know, I did learn the pepper they use for that, but I forgot again what it was. It starts with a G.
oh.
But yeah, just ask somebody if there's like maybe an inn that we could, I don't know, stay at.
Well, a lot of the people probably watching from the windows and such, especially the ones from this building down here, run up to you and begin shaking your hands and showing their thanks. And basically, you can room with anyone.
That's
They
very
do
nice.
have an inn, but so that you wouldn't have to pay. And even then, you probably wouldn't have to pay. Because you technically saved the inn dude, too.
Smart money us on not eating here, unless anyone fancies leptospirosis.
All I wanted
That's,
was pay. Give me money.
Do
If
you say
pity
that?
Me, give me money.
No, he doesn't.
If you
He
pity me,
doesn't say anything
give me
unless
money.
asked.
If you pity me, give me money.
We found 2 runes, technically. It's like 2k at max.
I'm having fun making
you know,
references that barely anyone knows.
anybody who's willing to accommodate all of us. Probably the inn. Just don't want to put anybody else out. At least that's Atari's thinking.
All right. It isn't that late into the day. You had a rough one, which was kind of circumvented through negotiation and talking. But, yeah, you can head to the inn and get some rooms. But, I think we should save that for next time.
Do we
Alright,
get
alright.
experience for the tower bit? There
Not
was no
until you
combat.
rest. Oh, and no, you don't get any experience from the tower bit.
Aww.
No combat.
Yeah, no combat.
Aww.
But yeah, that'll be it for tonight.
I hope you all enjoyed yourselves.
Yes. I thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. And until next time, on Dungeons and WheatTons.
Outro.